Welcome, everybody. January 5th, it is 12:03 p.m. This meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means on December 10th, 2020. In accordance with Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, I have determined that conducting meetings of the Municipal Council with an anchor location such as the Municipal Council Chamber presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. And these are the facts upon which I have made this determination. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus disease, aka COVID-19, as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. And Utah is currently subject to Utah Public Health Order 2020-26, which limits the size of public gatherings and which requires people to wear face coverings and follow social distancing guidelines. Utah County is currently listed as having a high level of coronavirus transition. And finally, physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the Provo City Municipal Council chamber and other meeting rooms. Additionally, the chair of the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo City, David Sewell, has determined that its meetings are subject to the same risks and has adopted the same procedures as the municipal council. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing at youtube.com/Provo City Council. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. I will begin with a roll call of those present. I am George Handley, Council Chair. I'm joined by Dave Harding, our Vice Chair, fellow councilors David Sewell, Shannon Ellsworth, David Shipley, and Bill Fillmore. Travis Hoban is excused, but he will be joining us later. And we're also joined by Cliff Strachan, our Executive Director of the Council, Wayne Parker, our Chief Administrative Officer, Dixon Holmes, our Assistant Administrative Officer for the city, and Brian Jones, our Council Attorney. And we're also joined by other staff who are assisting us with this broadcast and meeting. We'll begin with an opening prayer provided by Council Member Shannon Ellsworth.
Grateful for this day. Thankful for the opportunity to serve our community. Thankful for all the people who work so hard for Provo City to keep the lights on, to keep us safe, to bring us clean water. We're so thankful for everyone who solves problems for all of the citizens. Father in heaven, we're so grateful, especially today, for our police officers and Officer Shinners and his family and the incredible gift that they have given our community and the sacrifices that they have made. Please bless them at this time and always, that they can feel thy love and comfort and our appreciation. And please help us to listen intently and make the best decisions for every citizen in Provo. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ellsworth, it is proposed that we approve the following minutes from June 16th, 2020 work meeting and July 7th, 2020 work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes? All right, seeing none, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. I'm happy to welcome the mayor who has joined us. Welcome, Mayor. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please use the raise hand function to indicate that you would like to speak, and please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. So we'll begin with our first item on the agenda, which is a training on the open and Public Meetings Act, Non-Government Records Access and Management Act, GRAMA, presented by Brian Jones, council attorney. It says on my agenda, Brain Jones, which I think is appropriate because Brian is our brain trust. So Brian, take it away. Thanks.
I had that misspelling since Cub Scouts when I was 8, so I've seen it before. Let's see, I need to be able to share my screen probably, and it looks like I'm not.
Okay, let me make you a co-host, Brian, and then you should be able to do that. Okay, try it now.
Okay. Let's see, if I switch this to slideshow view, are you getting the main?
We're seeing the main screen and your presentation mode. So
Oh.
I think it'll work if you have 2 different displays, but maybe try swap presenter view and slideshow.
That probably just made it work.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, was that working?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, I was worried that was going to give you 2 copies of the same thing. Okay, so let's do. Okay, so got a couple of different slideshows to go through. The first one is about the Open and Public Meetings Act. This training is required every year, as you see down at the bottom, by state statute. Not necessarily this form of it, but a training on the Open and Public Meetings Act. So we'll run through that. We've seen it before, but the state legislature has declared that the state exists in order to, the government exists to aid in the conduct of the people's business, and that political subdivisions must take their actions openly and conduct their deliberations openly. Therefore, any administrative, advisory, executive, or legislative body that meets the requirements on this slide is subject to the Open Meetings Act. Obviously, that applies to the City Council. And so the more tricky part is, what is a meeting? So a meeting is not simply when a couple of council members or a few council members are in the same room at the same time. A meeting has to be convened or officially convened by the public body. There has to be a quorum present, and the purpose of the gathering has to be discussing or receiving comments from the public about or acting upon a matter over which you have jurisdiction. So, chance meetings, when you run into each other at the grocery store or at a football game, etc., are not a meeting. A social meeting like the council Christmas party is not a meeting, even though there are more than a quorum present. And legislative bodies can even have gatherings that are not meetings if they are solely exercising administrative powers, which doesn't happen very often with the City Council in our form of government, but can happen in other forms of government and very occasionally in ours as well. However, it does specifically say in the statute we should not use chance or social meetings to circumvent Open Public Meetings Act. So if you do happen to run into each other at a football game, it's not kosher to say, hey, since I just ran into you, let's spend the next 45 minutes during halftime and the third quarter talking about X topic that pertains to the City Council. Electronic meetings. You can meet electronically, as we're doing. And this slide is a little bit out of date. It talks about an anchor location, which, as Chair Handley read in his introductory comments, is not actually required because of at this particular moment in time, because of the pandemic. You can also have, despite the Open Meetings Act and the requirement that deliberations and actions be conducted openly, you can have closed meetings. And these are not an exhaustive list, but the most common reasons why a closed meeting could be held: to discuss an individual's character, competence, or health, to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation, to discuss purchase, exchange, lease, or sale of real property, with a little caveat down there in the second bullet point that for sales of property, you need to have previously given public notice that the property is offered for sale. And then there's some more for investigative proceedings or security reasons. In order to close a meeting, a quorum has to be present, and two-thirds of those, two-thirds of the body has to vote to close the meeting. And you must be in a public meeting first in order to enter into a closed meeting. And you have to disclose who voted to go into the closed meeting, the reasons for holding it, and the location. In a closed meeting, and we've discussed this a few times before, sometimes there's a kind of a rumor or a perception that you can't vote on anything in a closed meeting. That's not actually true if you are voting on, say, a motion to bring something to a future meeting, or a motion to do something else like that that's kind of a procedural nature. You can still vote on those. What you can't do is approve an ordinance or a resolution or a contract or the appointment of an official in a closed meeting. And you can't interview people to fill vacancies, midterm vacancies, during a closed meeting or take any final action. When you have any meeting, you must meet the notice requirements under state statute. Notice must be posted at the location where the meeting will be held and at least one local newspaper on the Utah Public Notice website at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. And all that notice has to include is the agenda, date, time, and place. That's come up a few times over the last few years because Provo City Council has kind of a custom and practice of going above and beyond these requirements and also posting the meeting materials, including copies of the ordinances and memoranda. None of that is required by state statute. And every once in a while, we'll get a question when one of those documents doesn't get finished until less than 24 hours before the meeting about whether it's still okay to talk about that item. And it is, because those items aren't required to be posted in the first place. So there's no requirement that they be posted more than 24 hours before the meeting. You may also have emergency meetings with less than 24 hours notice, but you must give the best notice practicable and make an attempt to notify all the members of the public body, and a majority has to approve the emergency meeting. And the minutes have to include a statement about why the meeting needed to be held under those circumstances. Minutes and recordings are also kept for all open meetings. Recordings are also kept of closed meetings, and you may keep minutes, but you don't need to. Additionally, even though that sentence is a little bit awkwardly worded, these two bullet points here, security issues and character and competence of an individual, by vote of the body, it is possible to have a closed meeting about those two topics without keeping a recording. But the chair has to sign a sworn statement about why that was done and that it was only one of those two reasons that the meeting was held. Minutes have to be made available to the public, including pending minutes. Pending minutes are still subject to approval and can be changed, but still have to be made available within 30 days. There's a requirement that we have to have procedures for the approval of minutes, which we do. And recordings of the open meeting have to be available within 3 days of the meeting. We again actually exceed that by usually making them available as the meeting is going on YouTube and other social media and then immediately thereafter. These are the requirements. And again, this is more of an issue for Elizabeth and the city recorder, but here's a list of the requirements for what must be included in the minutes. And let's see. Note just down here at the bottom, something that changed a few years ago is that some of the items, these ones in particular right here with the caret next to them, don't have to be in the minutes if the minutes contain a link to publicly available video. It's a violation of the Open Meetings Act to intentionally violate the closed meeting provisions of the Open Meetings Act, and that could be a Class B misdemeanor. Failure to to abide by the Open Meetings Act can lead to a court voiding actions taken in violation of the law. However, the statute specifically provides that if, for instance, you maybe did something in a closed meeting that you weren't supposed to, and then you later had an open meeting and did it again, that can often cure the violation. Most common violations are closing a meeting without voting first in an open meeting to close the meeting, conducting a closed meeting for reasons other than those allowed by the statute, taking final action in a closed meeting, and failing to provide proper or adequate notice. Again, this slideshow came from another source. I'm not actually sure what the source is for this list of common violations. I don't know that any of these happen very often, but some of those would be the easiest to maybe forget to do or to do by oversight. So I'm going to stop sharing so I can actually see you and ask before I move on to the GRAMA training if there are any questions about the Open Meetings Act training. Seeing none, we'll move on to GRAMA. This slideshow is adapted from one that was really given to the municipal clerks. And so it's quite long and it contains several things that are maybe not applicable to the council. So I'm going to skip over some of the slides fairly rapidly. But I thought these were some good points that the original presenter was making to the municipal clerks. GRAMA is hard, it's not black and white, it's time consuming and usually requires legal analysis. Sometimes the public thinks that GRAMA is really easy and it's as simple as everything that the government does, every piece of paper that we have in our office should just be turned over if asked for, but there's a lot of more complicated rules to it. So as an introductory matter, GRAMA stands for Government Records Access and Management Act. It governs how government records are classified, retained, even how they may be destroyed and how they're provided to the public. So the legislature, in approving GRAMA and passing GRAMA as a statute, recognized two constitutional rights. The public's right to access to information, and also the right to privacy in relation to personal data, because governmental entities do hold data that is sometimes personal and confidential. So, as they note down here at the bottom of this slide, if the two interests are equal, then GRAMA favors access. But if the right of privacy is deemed greater, then GRAMA does not favor access. So first of all, what is a GRAMA request? It needs to be in writing, it needs to contain information about the requester, and it must, with reasonable specificity, describe the records requested. This is something that our city recorder could give you lots of examples about, where a lot of times we'll get GRAMA requests that may say something like, I want all records that have to do with agricultural property in the city. That would take a lot of time to try to even ascertain what records fell into that category, and probably does not meet the standard of reasonable specificity. So here's some examples from the original presenter.
Brian?
Yes?
You think you're showing slides right now? Because we don't see them.
Oh, you're not seeing slides. Okay. Well, that's helpful to know. I'm looking at the slides and I can't even see you, so let me see. It's probably because I need to just share again. Let's see. Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
No, it's not in. Okay. Okay. So let me go back a couple. So here's some examples. All records created by the City of Riverton since its incorporation. Not reasonably specific. all records about my property are located at this address. That's probably pretty specific, although it may take some time to identify. All emails ever written by or about Mayor Smith. That could also be pretty hard to try to identify. Please explain to me why my garbage is picked up so late in the day and why your incompetent people can't pick up my garbage sooner. Now this one is a really interesting one, not just because it's maybe not reasonably specific, but because GRAMA does not require the government to create records. So the GRAMA statute does not require governmental entities to answer questions. It requires the entity to turn over records that are already in existence. So explanations are not required by GRAMA. Deadlines, the city usually has 10 business days to respond to a GRAMA request, although in certain instances it may be 5. And again, that's probably more of a question for the city recorder and the attorneys. There are ways to get more time, and that's probably not really something we need to talk about here, but probably the most frequent one is this one, that the request is so large that it requires us to review a big quantity of records, and it's going to take a long time to find them. And there's also legal review. So this refers to what I mentioned a few minutes ago. The GRAMA only requires providing records, not answering questions or providing explanations. But a record means pretty much any physically or digitally existing piece of information that's been prepared, owned, received, or retained by the governmental entity, if it's also reproducible. And I could kind of take us on a tangent where we talk just about that definition for a long, long time. But again, I'll kind of take the shortcut of going back to the first slide and saying GRAMA is hard, and when in doubt, that's where you get the legal office involved. So here are some things that are not records: personal notes, copyrighted material, books in the library, junk mail, insurance information, some things like that. And so a phone call is not a record, but a recording of the phone call is. Personal notes are not a record. Text messages text messages can be a record, but text messages that are not about government business are not a record. Okay, won't go through the whole quiz. So once we receive a request, then the city starts the process of locating and gathering the records, and the city recorder directs that process. There can be things that are exempt, meaning GRAMA doesn't even apply to them. Or if it's not exempt and there's not some specific law about that record, then GRAMA applies, and the city has the opportunity to classify the record as public, private, protected, or controlled. And there are lengthy provisions of the statute that govern when records can be classified under these 3 categories: private, protected, and controlled. Anything that's not classified under one of those 3 is public. Classification, again, is largely a function of the city recorder's office in consultation with the legal office. So we'll kind of skip over that and leave that to the city recorder when necessary. So here's some examples of public records. And again, there's a long, long list, but this is just some examples. And a lot of these, you'll see a lot of kind of footnotes, because a lot of these actually have caveats depending on certain circumstances. Private records are generally those where we have specific information that is personal to an individual and would be a violation of that person's privacy to disclose. So, for instance, their eligibility for insurance, or we happen to have their social security number or their driver's license number. So in those kinds of things, those records become private. protected records, as this slide says, there are over 75 categories of protected records. And that can include records that are given to us by a business. Maybe they were applying for a business license, but in their application they included proprietary information that would harm their business if it was disclosed. So they can request that those records be declared protected when they turn them over to us. Records of litigation, records of disciplinary actions against employees while the action is still being investigated. Things like that are common examples. And here's some more. I like this one, records that show the location of explosives. So some of them are fairly broad and some of them are pretty specific. Controlled records are the third category of records that don't need to be or sometimes can't be released. And those usually involve medical records that we have access to. So once the records have been gathered and they've been reviewed, then you determine what the requester can have and you redact the information that they can't have. And it is also possible to share records, even if they are private, protected, or controlled, with other government agencies. Again, that's something that's more for the city recorder. Then the requester is sent a response, and if that response includes the denial of some records, the requester can appeal that denial. And this bullet point actually is out of date. A couple of years ago, the state legislature allowed cities to create their own appeals body at the local level. So appeals actually go to that appeals body before they go up to the state records committee. And we have a city ordinance that governs that. And then this is usually the main, the last takeaway point that's in any GRAMA training, which is this, that emails, text messages, voicemails, those kinds of things all can be records under the right circumstances. And so you should not include any information in any of those formats that you would object to seeing on the front page of the newspaper. And so that requires a little bit of care because a lot of times we're not used to thinking about what we write, maybe, and then sometimes even in an email, but especially in a text message or an online chat or what we might leave in a voicemail. But those things can be records under the right circumstances and need to be careful about treating them as official government acts. And I think that's my last slide. So I'm going to stop the share and again ask if there are any questions.
Any questions for Brian? All right, well, thank you, Brian. It's good to get that review. We appreciate it. All right, we will turn then to item number 2, which is a discussion about the Elected Officials Compensation Commission. This will be presented by Cliff Strachan, our Executive Director. We have 15 minutes for this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also am going to share my screen. All right, you should have be able to see on your screen Chapter 4.04 of the Provo City Code, which is covers pay plans. But what I want to bring you down to is compensation for the council and for the mayor. And, all right, so 4.04.110 talks about council members' compensation, expenses, and benefits. It outlines that the council members receive a part-time salary of $18,000. When there was a COLA a couple of years ago, that bumped it by 1%. They're also, with that, council members get these same benefits that are available to the employees, and there's some expense items that you receive to help you in your service and some of the expenses that you incur. Similarly, the mayor, who works full-time for the city, receives a salary of $120,000 per annum. Also, with the COLA, went up by 1% a couple of years ago, and participates similarly. Reason for this discussion today is that under subsection 130, there is an elected officials compensation commission appointed every 4 years to review the salary and compensation for all our elected officials. What's required is that at the beginning of February, in one of your meetings, the council will appoint 3 residents of Provo, and the mayor will appoint 3 residents of Provo. To those 6 will select a 7th member of the commission, and they will then review with Daniel Softly of the Human Resources Department. They will work with him and review compensation for all the elected officials of the city. Then in April, the commission usually will select one of their members to report to the council and to the mayor at a public meeting what they propose for an annual salary for both the mayor and the council members, and any adjustments to other compensation items. And following that, the council has no later than the end of June, basically the meeting in June, where you adopt the budget. Sometime between April and then you get to vote on ordinances, one for the mayor, one for the council, with respect to any of those recommendations, and council can approve them. In terms of voting, you can approve them, you can deny them. You can, I believe you can amend them lower if you decide to, but that's an option that comes your way in time for June. Basically, once the commission members have reported and you have acted on it, the commission terms end, and we'll wait 4 more years. As far as the effectiveness of any compensation changes, they take place effective January of the new year. For continuing members of council, that'll take place with the salary that changes, or any salary changes effect for the first payroll in January. For anyone starting a new term of council, that will, or the mayor, if she were to be replaced, that would start with effective with the new term in the new year. That way, when you go through the election cycle this time, anybody running for council or against the mayor will know what the compensation will be for the 4 years of that upcoming term. Are there any questions?
Looks like there are none.
There are none. So I would suggest that in the next couple of weeks that council members think about who they want to appoint. And
Cliff, there are a couple of questions, sorry.
I see Dave Sewell, and then Shannon, please.
Hi, if we had a minute, I just thought it might be interesting if Wayne was able to just share a little bit of the history of this. If I'm remembering right, before this was implemented, I think there might not have even been anything in code as to what the mayor's salary was, and I think the mayor just sort of set his own salary, and I seem to recall Mayor Curtis expressing some discomfort with that arrangement. But anyway, I just thought it might be interesting.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Sewell. So yes, when Mayor Curtis came into office, the mayor was in the city's step and grade system, which meant that the mayor generally would start at step 1 each year based on satisfactory performance. And I'm not quite sure who judged that other than the mayor himself, would be eligible for a merit increase. And that clearly made Mayor Curtis somewhat uncomfortable about how that would apply. And so Gary Bushman and Dan Softly and I kind of got together and did a little research and came up with this idea of the compensation commission. And so the good news is that it gets adjusted every 4 years based on comparative market data. So we look at mayors or council members in similar sized cities with a similar form of government and come to that compensation commission with that data. They then set the salary, which doesn't change over the 4-year time period, with the exception of if there's an across the board cost of living adjustment, then the mayor and council receive that as the same as any other city employee would. So it does get adjusted. It is known by all candidates when they file for office. So there's no question about what the compensation is, and it just resolves a whole lot of questions that used to exist under the old system. So that's the background as to how this was created and why.
And thank you, Wayne. And if I could just comment, I just think this is a really sensible, very effective improvement over what we had before. Thank you.
Yes. And if I may give some more context, when in 2016, when I arrived, I raised the issue with the council of, where their compensation was. It hadn't been adjusted, I believe, in 10 or 12 years. And so the council at that time adopted the amendment to this, in which we basically took the mayoral compensation commission and rolled it in with an elected officials compensation commission to adjust the council side of it. And it was decided that the council would adopt consider both items as separate items when it comes to a vote down in June.
Councilmember Ellsworth has a question.
Yeah, I'm curious, how does a 6-member commission pick a 7th member?
Last time they basically got in touch with each other and talked about possible people that they knew to bring together. And that's how they came up with the 7th.
Gotcha.
What will happen in practical terms is once your 6, your 3 and the mayor's 3 are appointed in February, Daniel Softly essentially will work with those members and bring it together and then review the data. Daniel's well aware of the requirement to do the market studies and see what's happening elsewhere, and that's underway.
Is there a chair of that commission?
We don't appoint one. It's actually quite silent in there, and so I think what happened last time is they picked their own.
Okay. All right. Is that everything?
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Strachan, I'll just ask you to say a few words about the next several items before I introduce item number 3.
Yes. 2 weeks ago, we were planning for this meeting. We had a very, very light agenda. And in fact, at that point, we had nothing for today's meeting. And we thought that rather than having a special meeting to move forward on more of the general plan items, we would fit in a couple hours worth of items that relate to the housing element of a general plan. And so essentially what you're getting is kind of a mini workshop today on housing, much like you did with the transportation item back in November. And so we've invited people to give you kind of an overview of some of the items. You'll see, as you'll note with the agenda, there's some items that aren't really related to that housing item that will be interspersed just to accommodate different uses. But much of the rest of the meeting is meant as a workshop on housing.
Great. Well, we thank you and the staff for helping us put this together. I'm excited about what we're going to learn today and the things that we're going to discuss. So we'll begin then with item number 3, which is a presentation from the Provo Housing Authority. Robert Vernon, the Chief Executive Officer of the Provo Housing Authority, will be our presenter. Welcome, Mr. Vernon. And we have 60 minutes for this item.
All right, I appreciate it very much. Usually when there's new city council individuals that are elected, I make a point to go in fairly quickly and start doing some education, and really haven't had a chance to do that this time. And so I appreciate this time to kind of go through. And what I want to start off with is just kind of an overview of the Housing Authority and what we do, and then I'll get into some of the the housing issues, what we're facing, and why we're struggling with this. All right, so I can move through this. This is just a picture of 3 of our projects and our mission statement. That's the old Mazer School, and Cascade Gardens on the right is our newest facility. And Valley Villa, which is by our office, is a high-rise elderly building, is our first public housing building that we had. So we have 3 entities. The Housing Authority is an entity that the city started. It is not part of the city. It is a separate entity, but the mayor appoints the board for the Housing Authority, and there are 7 members, and we have a council liaison usually, and Commissioner Handley is on our board for that liaison. Just a quick overview and kind of where these entities work. Provo City Housing Authority, we have 248 public housing units, 883 vouchers, and the market that we work in is extremely low income. So those individuals and families that are below 30% of the area median income. Utah Regional Housing was formerly the Provo Nonprofit Development Corporation, was started in the early 2000s, and its mission was to assist in development of affordable housing. The market for Utah Regional Housing is very low income, so in the 40 to 60% area median income range. And we also have 60 units that we are master leasing. 2 of the motels on 3rd South that we're housing chronically homeless individuals. And then our newest project, which we can talk about later, is 85 North, which is by the Wells Fargo parking garage. We've received low-income housing tax credits for that, and we have submitted our permit application, and so we're working through that. Expect to start that in March of this year. The third organization is newer. The Utah Community Land Trust was started about a year and a half ago, and we're currently working on that, trying to build that up. We have 7 units currently, the Carson Townhomes, which are on 400 South, just east of University. The market for the Utah Community Land Trust is workforce housing. So we're working low income, which would be 70% of AMI, up to, we can go all the way up to 120% of AMI in high cost areas. And right now, the main high cost area that we would be looking at, where we would go up to 120%, would be in the Lehigh area. Our newest project there that we're working on, we're getting ready to put out an RFP for an architect. That's going to be a 21-unit condominium complex as it's envisioned right now. That is on the location of the old Cafe 300. We will be coming to the city here probably in the next 60 to 90 days for a zoning change on that parcel. And those units will be home ownership. They will be for home ownership, and they'll be in the $150,000 to $160,000 range for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit. Go into a little bit more detail. First thing we always get asked is, where does our funding come from? And we get no funding from the city or the state for the Housing Authority. We are funded through HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Department. And this just kind of goes through and gives you a little bit more detail on what we have. I won't go through everything, but we have 2 elderly high rises. And then the other units are 140 units are scattered across the city in different sites. And those are mostly family units. As I said, we get money from HUD. We get $360,000 last year in what's called the operating fund, and then capital fund, which is for capital improvements. We got $570,000 last year. HUD has underfunded Housing Authority for years and years, and our backlog to really get in and bring the properties that we have up to where we would like them to be is a little over $2 million right now in needs. And, we continually, get in the 300 to 500,000 range for capital fund. Current waiting list is 378. So public housing is what units that we physically own. Housing Choice Voucher, or the Section 8 program, is a program where we provide assistance to the tenant to go to a private landlord and rent a unit. And we have 883 vouchers, Housing Choice Vouchers, that we put out. And so this last year, we put about $5 million into the economy in Provo, into private landlords in HAP payments, our housing assistance payments.
Robert, we
yes.
just have a quick question, a couple of questions. Looks like from a couple of counselors. So Member Ellsworth, and then go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious, just to clarify, the 883 vouchers, does that mean that 883 families are being housed in Provo with those vouchers?
Yes.
And is there enough Section 8 housing to meet 883 vouchers?
We have struggled with that, especially in 1-bedroom units in Provo. And so we signed a memorandum of understanding with Utah County Housing Authority, I don't know, about 1.5 years ago. And that agreement allows us to go out into the county with our vouchers. And so we have right now, I think it's around 62 vouchers that are actually not in Provo, they're out in the county. And the issue was housing. It was actually people could not find housing that they could afford with the voucher. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, because the vouchers, they don't pay market rate. And so, we struggle to find housing for those individuals. But we are currently fully leased at 883. We also have another 50 vouchers that are shelter plus care vouchers that are for, we assist chronically homeless, and we get referrals from Wasatch Mental Health for those vouchers, and those are all also completely full. And as you can see, our waiting list, we have 3,500 people right now on our waiting list. So we have a huge need for more affordable housing in Provo.
Could you speak to that waiting list is just Provo specifically, or is it all over Utah County? And then secondly, your process for prioritizing folks who need it. Is it a first come, first serve, or is it based on some kind of assessment of need?
First question on the waiting list. That waiting list is Provo only. They come in and fill out an application here. Even though we can go outside the county, they are coming into our office to fill out an application. They can reside elsewhere currently, and as since we have this agreement set up with Utah County now, we can go outside of Provo to house those people. You can have people from out of state that are on the waiting list that are wanting to move to Provo and have gotten on our waiting list. And so that waiting list is kind of scattered all over Utah County, probably where they currently reside. And then I'm sorry, what was your second question?
I just wonder if you could speak to how you prioritize the waiting list.
Yeah. So it is first come, first serve. It's time stamped. And so people go on a waiting list. They can choose to go on the public housing waiting list, housing choice vouchers, or our tax credit property waiting lists, or all three. And they're time stamped. And then when they get close to the top, then we go back and we gather financial information to make sure that they qualify, and kind of do background checks and all the things that we have to do according to HUD's rules. And then the people that are left are the people that are at the top of the list that we offer housing to.
I have another question from Mr. Fillmore. You're muted, Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note on the under public housing, there's a 1% increment for police. Could you explain that?
We have had, that probably should not be on there. We had a unit that we held open for a police officer to live at at one of our developments in the community, and I believe that person left, and we have not replaced that probably at the in 19, at the end of 19, if I remember correctly. So that's probably not accurate, that person is still there.
I mean, is that a special provision under HUD that you can make a special allocation for a police officer in need, or or is it just qualified generally?
Yeah, there is no special allocation, but as we'll talk about later, housing authorities have a special relationship with the cities, and so they can do that. They can set aside units for police officers specifically, and fire department people as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Vernon. Sorry.
All right, so Utah Regional Housing is, as I said, was known by a former name, Provo Nonprofit Housing Development Corp. When I came, I wanted to give that entity a little bit broader reach, and so we changed the name to Utah Regional Housing Corporation. Our market currently is Utah County, and realistically, everything we have at the current time is in Provo. We are currently looking at some other properties outside, and may move on those here in the future. Utah Regional Housing, when it was started, it was it was actually a sister organization to Provo City Housing Authority. The boards were identical, and we were audited by HUD every year. And when I came in, we wanted to refocus to a broader area, and also I wanted to split the two organizations so that we didn't have to go through a HUD audit on the URH properties. And so in 2019, we split those organizations. We have Utah Regional Housing has 2 members of the board that come from the Provo City Housing Board, and then we have 3 members that are non-housing authority boards. So it is no longer controlled by the housing authority. And according to our auditor this year, we've gotten everything in place where they're actually, from an accounting standpoint, going to be looked at separately. So Utah Regional Housing owns mostly tax credit properties, and we can go through that and talk about that at some point if you want to delve more into that. But tax credits are one of the main funding source for affordable housing, and we applied for tax credits on 85 North. So we're going to build 74 units. 44 units are for seniors and disabled, and 30 units are for adults with autism. And we will have wraparound services for the adults with autism through an agreement with Scenic View Academy. And so that's typically the way that we've added properties to this portfolio. And you can see there kind of what we, how the breakup of people that are served. And most of these properties are senior facilities, few family units, but mostly seniors. So under that umbrella, we also, as I said, we did a sublease on the old Travelers and the old amenity motels downtown, and put kitchenettes in those, and we have turned those into permanent housing for chronically homeless. And those 2 projects are they're a labor of love. We're losing money on them, but I think they're incredibly important for Provo, downtown Provo. We've seen a huge drop in police calls and fire calls to these properties since we took them over. And we have agreements with Wasatch Mental Health to help us on specifically on the Bonneville apartment, which is the old Travelers. They are referring everybody that goes into that property. We get referrals from them. Skyline, probably 70% of the people there have caseworkers at Wasatch, and the others do not. But those are, as I said, we're just when we started this, we literally took 60 people off the streets, and it showed in our numbers. The homeless numbers for Provo dropped significantly when we did both of these motel refurbishments. So
we have a couple of questions, Mr. Vernon. So first, Mr. Fillmore, and then Mr. Harding.
Where exactly, you say 85 North, what's the other coordinate? Where is that located?
100 East. It's it's a vacant lot adjacent to the Wells Fargo parking garage.
Oh, okay. And secondly, could you just take a minute and explain the tax credit property concept? I don't understand that.
Yeah, the tax credit program was started under Ronald Reagan. It's a Section 42 IRS program that allows corporations to invest money in return for tax credits. It's a highly technical program and highly competitive, and every state gets an allocation every year, and you compete with a lot of other companies that are trying to put projects together for those dollars. But it's huge because it puts like on ours this is a 7-story, 74 unit building. It's close to 20 million in cost, and we'll get we're going to be probably in the $15-16 million in equity from tax credits. And so the only way that you can build this and make it affordable is to get that equity input.
So are you part of that bidding process, or does the city bid?
The state handles those, and so it runs through Utah Housing Corporation, and we apply for that. So that's something that nonprofits and housing authorities apply to Utah Housing Corporation for those tax credits.
Okay, so I'm trying to, from a tax perspective, try to figure out how the tax credit helps you. I mean, it must translate to cash for you somehow?
Yeah, we get an equity. They put cash in, and they get a dollar for dollar reduction on their taxes for over a 10-year period.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Harding.
And I'd be happy to go into more detail and depth with anybody. I could talk for days about any of this, but if you do have more questions, please reach out, and I'd be happy to go a little bit deeper with you on any of these items.
You mentioned earlier, you referred to wraparound care. I know you've got things you want to present, but I think that's very important, that wraparound care. Could you just give us a 30-second kind of encapsulation of what wraparound care means?
Sure. So in the case of Bonneville, where Wasatch Mental Health is referring all of the people to us that are living there, every one of those individuals would have caseworkers. And so if there are any issues that arise, then we call the caseworker, and the caseworker comes in and helps resolve those issues. And every one of those people has different issues, whether it's, whether there's mental issues, or whether there's a past history of trauma, or whatever it is. We're not the mental health experts, and we don't understand that market. So partnering with somebody who's an expert in that is extremely important for the success of the project, because otherwise we really struggle. We really had a time in probably April, early May, where we were struggling with both of these motels because of COVID, we were not on site very much, and Wasatch Mental Health was not on site very much. And so we ended up hiring a security company to come in and be there overnight, and just make sure that there weren't people coming onto the property. It is apparent to us after running these for a while that 90% of the problems are caused by people coming from the outside onto these properties rather than the people that are living there. And so having security in place has really helped.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, please continue. Thanks.
So the Utah Community Land Trust, when I look at the market, I see tons of issues, but one of the big issues is the fact that we have no starter homes. When you go back 10 years, you have people that were really good renters, and they were able to move up into starter homes, and then those units were available for other renters, and then when those people were able to move up into a second home, then that starter home became available for a renter. And And so that market really no longer exists, because all of the housing out there right now, is 350 and above is what we're seeing most of. And it's really hard for most people to have a down payment and, or the income to support an 80% first and a 20% second or whatever to try and get into a house. And so looking at that, the model that I believe is the best to tackle this issue is the land trust model. And so we set this up to try and raise some money and start building and buying and rehabbing rental and single family homes so that we can keep those affordable for the long term. So typically, when developers sell something that's affordable to somebody, there's no mechanism to keep it affordable over a long period of time. And that investment that's made initially to make it affordable is lost. Or the person that moves in gets the benefit of that and they sell it and make a lot of money. And so the land trust model controls the resale. And so what we do is somebody will sign a 99-year ground lease, and that ground lease controls resale. And in a nutshell, when somebody wants to sell, they will only get 25% of the appreciation when they decide to sell and move on. This is a great model with a lot of history. It's something that I could, it would take me quite a while to go through this and tell you all the ins and outs of it, but something that we're really excited about. And as I said, we've bought 6 townhomes. We're working on the 7th, and we're going to rehab those and sell those under the community land trust. The Utah Regional Housing and Utah Community Land Trust are the future of our business. I don't believe that there will be more public housing. There are occasionally more vouchers. That we just got 40 mainstream vouchers this year, so we'll add 40 housing choice vouchers to our portfolio. But those don't come up very often. And so most of the growth of our affordable housing portfolios are going to be in these two entities.
Can I just second what you said about the community land trust? For years now, I've seen public money go into units to make them affordable, but then the person who buys it at an affordable rate turns around in 3 to 5 years later, sells it, and pockets all of that public investment, where the community land trust model allows for these community investments to continue on and continue to provide that public good. So I fully agree that this is a much better model than what we've been doing previously, and I'm very excited about it as well.
Okay. So there's always a question on definitions, because the word affordability is thrown around a lot. And so as defined by HUD, housing affordability. So housing is affordable when a household can own or rent without paying more than 30% of their gross income on housing and utility costs. And so that's one definition. And then when you talk about affordable housing, you're actually talking about housing that is affordable to individuals and families that make 60% or less of the area median income. And so those definitions are key to know, and they get thrown around a lot because, you know, you hear developers that say we want to build affordable housing, but really what they want to do is be able to decrease the cost a little bit so that they can get somebody in that, you know, is maybe making 100% of area median income, but can't afford, you know, to get in. I mean, I'll show you a slide here later that just shows you the issues with affordability based on the numbers. But the actual definition is 60% or less of area median income is the market that you're serving. And then cost burden, you might hear that term. That means that a household is spending more than 30% of their gross income on housing and utility costs. And severely is that they're spending more than 50% of their gross income. I have a couple of slides in here that I'll probably just breeze through because I think you're hearing from Jim Woods here after me, after your break, and he's probably going to go through some of this. Most of the information we get on this is from the Gardner Institute. So I'll talk about those, but kind of breeze through them. So who qualifies for affordable housing? So let's talk about area median income. The area median income is set by HUD every year. The 2021 income limits are not out yet. The 2020 limits for a family of four is area median income is $80,400, which translates to about 2,000, a little over 2,000 available for housing on a monthly basis. And as you go down, you see that somebody that's making 50% of area median income for a family of four making 40,000 is that they only have $1,000 available for housing to be 30% or below, spending 30% or below of their income on housing.
Mr. Fillmore has a question. You're muted, Mr. Fillmore.
Sorry. How are you defining our area? Is that Provo or is it a larger area?
HUD's figures are for the Provo-Orem MSA, Metropolitan Statistical Area. And so those are set by HUD, but it is Provo-Orem.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh. And you can just, if you go out and search for area median income on, just put in HUD area median income, it'll pull up the HUD website for that. And then there's fair market rents, which we'll talk about here in a minute, that you can look up as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Ellsworth has a question.
It's not really a question, it's just a comment. Looking at these incomes, right? If you are currently renting and you're trying to save for a down payment, it's almost unmanageable, right? How can you pay your rent and simultaneously save for a down payment if you're making any of these incomes?
It is very difficult, very, very difficult. So who struggles with housing affordability? So on my screen, this is kind of light. I didn't know it would come out that light, but I can kind of walk through this. So this is just a chart that was provided by the Utah Housing Coalition. And this is occupations, the number of people employed in that occupation. This is all of Utah, and the median hourly wage. And as you go down here, 3/4 down the page, there's a 1-bedroom housing wage, which is $16.24 per hour. And everybody above that, all of those occupations do not make enough to afford a 1-bedroom house. And so, you know, that is the issue. You know, unless somebody is married and you have 2 incomes, it is really hard to afford housing. So this was a rent survey just to kind of tell you where we're at in the local market here. Jim didn't have 2020 figures for me yet, but the 2019, we are, you know, at 1103 for a 1-bedroom. You got a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and then the 3-bedroom. and you can see where the rents are on this. And so if you're looking at a 1-bedroom for 1,052, if you go back up to here on your hourly, you're barely able to afford a 1-bedroom. And again, remember that this 40,200 at 50% is for a family of 4. So you're talking about a family of 4 that can barely afford a 1-bedroom unit. HUD also sets fair market rents, which are used by the Housing Authority to determine the assistance that we can provide. And those are woefully inadequate. Our current fair market rent for 2021, so it's the newest one, is $827 for a 1-bedroom unit. And so you can see the problem. Market rent is $1,103, and the most that we can provide in assistance is $827. And so finding people that will rent, for $280 or whatever below what the market rent is, it's tough. And so we really struggle to find units out there for, especially for people that are on housing choice vouchers. So this slide will give you a little bit on home ownership. So if you translate the income levels into a maximum purchase price based on the assumptions that we have off to the right, someone making 100% of area median income can afford to buy a $351,000 house. Somebody at 80,000 can buy 275, and somebody at 50 is 161,000. There are no $161,000 houses or townhomes that don't get snapped up by investors almost immediately, because they can make a lot of money if they can get a unit at that cost and charge the rents that they're charging. If you look at the down below, I did not get the 2020 median home price yet, but based on 2019, you see from 18 to 19, Provo's median home price went up $30,000. It was $299 in 2019, and if you're at 80%, you can only afford $275, so you're $24,000 short, plus your down payment. And so it's a struggle.
We have a question from Councilmember Ellsworth.
Yeah, and maybe someone else will answer this in later presentations. I'm just curious, are there homes in Provo that are $161,000?
There are. I mean, I can send you something from the Realtors Association that shows the breakdown. That is a median, so you've got houses above that and below that. But literally the ones down below 200 are, I mean, there are very, very few of them. I'm sure Jim will talk about this, but one of the issues is that we've always had more housing than households being created, and that flipped upside down because of the recession in 2008. Housing kind of crashed, and so you had a lot of people not building housing, and you still had families being created. And so that's one of the issues that has happened, and it's turned around a little bit, but it's still not as in good a shape as it needs to be. And we need to make up almost 20,000 units per year for 5 years that we were short. And so I'll breeze through that, and I'm sure Jim will address that in more detail. So this is put out by the state when they do their annual housing study, and they provide a gap analysis. I could not find an update on Provo, but it's going to be worse than this. So we'll go ahead and talk about this, because this is better from 2013 than what it looks like today. And I think the most updated numbers, I pulled the one for the county. Yeah, so the county is up to 16, so that's a newer slide. But as far as Provo, if you look at this, there's 18,400 renter households. And as you look at this, it gives you a breakdown of which the green is over 80% of area median income, and then it goes down from there. The yellow is 50 to 80, and orange is 30 to 50, and then below 30 for the red. And you can see that below 30 is the largest group of that. And then these other, the one right down below, the chart shows you that the number of households that there are. So the below 80% is yellow, orange, and red added together, 13,695 households searching for units that make less than 80%. There's 16,145 units available. And then the red is available and affordable. So you have the units that are affordable, but some are not available because people making more than 80% are in those units. And so it creates, as you go down that chart, it creates some really severe housing shortages for the least fortunate. So the people that are below 30%, you can see there's 5,200 households, and yet there's 1335, I think is that number. It's kind of in the crease there, but so there's a shortage of 4,000 units when you get down to the market where you're 30% or below of area median income. On the county, these numbers are very similar when you look at the statistics. So, you know, the biggest part of this is money. You know, if you look at building rental housing, you have a gap that you have to fill to be able to bring the rent down to where it's affordable. On single family homes, you looked at the numbers, you know, really the townhomes that we're looking at, we paid 180. We're putting about 50,000 in those to fix them up where they are. They're very nice. They're ready to resell. We have 2 of them ready to go, and we'll end up selling those for 170 to 180,000. And so that $50,000 gap that's in there is what we need for every townhome to be able to make that work. And when you talk about single family housing, you're probably closer to $100,000 right now per unit that we need to make that affordable in the market currently.
We have a question from Mr. Hoban.
Okay.
Thanks. I didn't really mean to interrupt. Sorry about that. But I guess big picture, while you were on the last slide, you were talking basically about people just frankly not being able to afford to live here if they work in certain industries and such. I understand how this impacts those people. I have a friend who has a, you know, kind of average income, but he could barely afford to buy a single family detached home in Provo. And so he was looking at, even though he and his family, he and his wife had both been raised here and they wanted to stay here in Provo, they couldn't. So I understand how it impacts individuals and where they might want to live and quality of life. What about as a city or as a legislative body, as a city, why should we care? Why do we care if people can't afford to live here? I mean, they're going to find a house somewhere else. That's fine, right? I'd just be curious to hear your opinion, and maybe even some of the opinions from my fellow council members of why it's such a big deal that we need to have lower income housing or more affordable housing. How that really impacts us as a city. Again, I understand how it impacts people wanting to live here for various reasons, but reduced commute time or quality of life, or their family lives here. But what about as a city? Why should it really matter to us? I'm asking somewhat facetiously, but I also am genuinely curious what some people's opinions are.
Well, I think, as you alluded to, I think quality of life is a huge issue. And, when you're commuting further, it diminishes your quality of life. It puts more pollution in the air. It costs more. So even though you're buying cheaper housing further away, you have higher transportation costs. But the place that we really see it from the Housing Authority standpoint is in turnover in housing, turnover in schools. So it significantly affects the quality of education that the lower income individuals are getting. And then I think you would, if you talk to the police department or any of the emergency services, the market, the bottom part of the market, that 30% or below, probably 50% or below, requires a lot more of the city services. And so, housing, permanent housing is the start to everything. To be safe and secure, to have one place where you're in school a full year rather than bouncing between schools. And it's just I think it's very critical for cities to take care of the people on the lower end.
Mr. Harding.
I should have talked about this. We kind of had an abbreviated process for putting this meeting together just with the holidays, but I do hope that we have some time to discuss what we've learned and where we would like, I hope we have time to discuss things. I guess at the end of the 4 presentations, I definitely have some thoughts, Travis. I just don't know right now with the time. I'd at least rather wait until Mr. Vernon is able to finish his presentation and see if we have time at that point. Because I don't know, to me, that's an excellent, super question. It might take a little more time to discuss.
That's fine. We can discuss it another time.
I would agree. Yeah. Ms. Ellsworth, go ahead. Or no? Did you?
I'll save my comment for later if we have time.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Vernon.
Okay, I was hoping to have about 20 minutes here, so I'm hopefully going to get through these last few slides and we can start talking about things. So this slide just shows you the typical funding sources, that you use. The low-income housing tax credit program is very significant. The Only Walker Housing Loan Fund, National Housing Trust Fund. We're using all 4 of those sources, all 5, top 5. We got some grants from a couple of foundations. So we're using all 5 of these sources on our 85 North project. But there are there has to be more money coming into this market from other sources. And I think there are a lot of corporations and individuals out there who have significant amounts of money. And there is a religious organization that's sitting on maybe $100 billion that could be very helpful to this cause. And so I think it's really building a coalition, a partnership, and going out to some of these people that don't traditionally invest in affordable housing and showing them why it's in their best interest to do that. And then I threw some solutions up at the top. I mean, these are things that you've been talking about and we've been kind of beating up for quite a while. And we can talk about those later when we get to the end. This was just put out by the HBA. I just got it a couple of days ago. I don't know if you guys get to see this, but this is impact fees for all the different cities in Utah County. And Provo is just less than $20,000 this is for a 1/4 acre lot, $360,000 house, which is not available anymore at all. So you're probably pushing $425,000 to $450,000 if you're building on a 1/4 acre lot right now. But based on their figures, this is what each of the cities would charge for impact fees. And you hear this this push from developers fairly consistently against impact fees, and you need to make things, streamline things so it's easier for them to get projects built, and lower these costs so that they're they can build cheaper. But I push back on that a lot, because builders, if you gave them $5,000 in impact fees that they didn't have to pay, they wouldn't pass that on. They'd put it in their pocket. They're for-profit companies. That's what they're designed to do. And they're going to charge the maximum amount that they can get out of the product that they're selling. And so they talk about that on inclusionary zoning and a lot of the issues they push back on and say it increased costs. But they're already selling at the top of the market whatever they can get. So it's I find some of those arguments not realistic. So here I just threw together, kind of what it might look like to build a single family and multifamily, and what your unit costs are. And, if you're looking at a 1/4 acre lot, 3,000 square foot home, land costs right now, you're pushing $150,000 for a lot. And with the construction costs where they're at, it's hard to keep that under $500,000 right now on building costs. If you're building a smaller house, obviously the price is going to go down, but there are some costs in there that are, they're just they don't alter that much between sizes. I mean, for 1,800 square foot house, you're going to have a smaller lot, so you're going to be a little bit cheaper, but per square foot cost to build are not going to change. And so, you're still coming in on a smaller house at around $325,000. On multifamily, it gets kind of crazy. The prices come down, but the projects get real expensive. The land gets real expensive. And so you can build those a little bit cheaper, if you're building multifamily. And that's why people are pushing towards multifamily and trying to get you to add density, which I think we definitely have to do in certain areas to increase the housing stock. But this is why. I mean, it's cheaper to build if you're building on very small lots with bi-attached units, or you're going up 3-4 stories. It's just the land cost becomes cheaper divided over the number of units. So I told you that most of our enabling legislation for housing authorities, and I just want to show you a couple of things that are very interesting to me, and hopefully will be to you as we move forward in this. So this talks about definitions. What is a housing project? What does this cover? What is persons of medium and low income? And then talks about powers of housing authority. Basically, I think the only power we do not have that the city has is power of eminent domain. So I think we have the ability to start our own police force. We have the ability to do almost everything that the city can do. But the part that I want you to look at and focus on is the powers of a public body aiding in a project. And so this is for the purpose of aiding and cooperating and planning, undertaking, construction, and operation of projects within your jurisdiction. And if we go down further, you'll see that the city can do any and all necessary or convenient, all things necessary or convenient to aid and cooperate in the planning, undertaking, construction. They can incur the entire expense of public improvements made by the public body on any of our projects. You can, if you look on land sales or donations to a housing authority, number 3 down at the bottom, a sale, conveyance, lease, or agreement provided for in this section may be made by a public body without appraisal, public notice, advertisement, or public bidding, notwithstanding other laws to the contrary. And then the very last, an action of a city, county, or governing body in carrying out the purposes of this part, whether by resolution, ordinance, or otherwise, is considered administrative in character, and no public notice or publication is required with respect to that action. And so, you know, what was envisioned when this act was written is that housing authorities and cities work very closely together. We are one of the largest landlords. There are a few others in the market. Because of the college here, there are a few others that have more units than we do, but nobody in the affordable housing has more units or is more experienced in the affordable market. And this contemplates a very close partnership between cities and housing authorities, because we are your housing authority. We are, although not part of the city, I consider us, everything we do should be to help the city with the issues of affordable housing. And so here's a couple of things that that would help us, further develop housing. And you can look at these later because you'll have the slides. So I wanted to be sure and leave plenty of time for discussion, because this is a tough area, and there's no easy solutions. It just takes everybody. I mean, for affordable housing, I think the people that should be developing that are nonprofits, because every dollar that they make goes back into the next project. I think cities have to give a little bit on impact fees and other fees on affordable housing to make it more affordable. I think developers have to, if they're for-profit developers, have to give up part of their profit. I think this is a collaborative effort that everybody has to give a little to make this work.
Thank you, Mr. Vernon. We have about 7 minutes, so we've had several questions already, but other questions from the council? Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, just to your last point, I guess I would be interested if the Housing Authority had some facts or figures on developers in the past that the city, maybe it starts with the city showing, where we've given a little bit on impact fees in the past or done something with incremental financing so that a developer can do a project with affordable housing with the idea that they were going to have a certain percentage in affordable housing. Do we have, and maybe this isn't Provo Housing, but maybe it's something the city can track for us. I guess I'm not clear on how well we track that after the fact. So if a developer completes the project and then it sells a few years later to an investor that doesn't have to comply with that low income housing element, how does that help the city long term, in a sustainable way? And how can we as a city or legislative body better track, what the record's been, when we give a little bit to a developer or just to investors who are trying to do those kind of projects?
I know we don't track that, and maybe, I don't know, Cliff, maybe you've got some insight on how we could look at that.
I think we just bring something back to a housing committee, and then if there's anything to report out, we do it there.
Mr. Harding.
Still trying to raise my hand. I think that the point of that question is we've talked about past investments in affordable housing, and sometimes that money does not continue on. And so it sounded to me like just a request of, can we take a look at our past efforts, the past times in the past where we've used public money to address housing affordability, and look at what kind of return we've had on that, what kind, what impact has it had? And I think that's a really good question. I think in part because I think the city it puts money into a number of programs, and a lot of it is actually just directing federal funds that come in, and we direct it in various places. So I think that the answer to that might have to be kind of by a per program type accounting. I think Mr. Gonzalez does reports on a lot of the home funds and that kind of thing. So I think we would have to look at it at kind of at a per project. In the past, we have also worked with NeighborWorks Provo. We haven't invested money there for a bit, and there's still some accounting issues that need to be resolved there. But I think you kind of would almost have to go kind of program by program and look at it that way. And I think a lot of that has to be reported. And so it's just more of going back and looking at the reports that have already been compiled. But I agree. I think it would be very helpful to kind of take a step back and look broadly. What has the city's policy and practice been? Can we account? Can we see what kind of impact that has had? Can we quantify that impact? Has it achieved the goals that we've been trying to go after? So yeah, I would support that as well if we could kind of look at that.
Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're having some of these conversations. I'm sure we could have many more conversations. I just appreciate the data that's been presented. One thing that is frequently on my mind is that Provo is unique because I think 60% of the households in Provo rent. And so that's just really interesting to me. And I wonder if renters are having issues with affordable housing, right? And I think they are. But a lot of times we only talk about affordable housing in terms of home ownership, but I think we should also consider affordable housing in terms of rents and what makes that possible. How does a teacher afford rent? How many dependents do they have? How many roommates do they have to have? What kind of house could they live in? Can they live in Provo if they are a teacher and they rent? So I think that there's definitely some more work and research that we could do around rentals and renting. And that's definitely a majority of our population, right? If 60% of households are renting, but they're probably underrepresented in Provo if there's only one renter on the city council. So it might be worth getting some more proximity and data on those issues so that we can better represent renters and understand their needs. It's not the economic position of millennials is not favorable. That's why there's so many people my age who are married or single living with their parents or living with roommates. And it's just extremely difficult for millennials, especially who are trying to enter the housing market, who may be trying to enter the housing market to simultaneously pay rents and save for a down payment. So there's just so many conversations we could have, but I hope you can keep those things in mind, especially representing the majority of our citizens who are renters.
I would add on to that that figure is much higher than other cities, and that you find that in major college towns, and so it's not that uncharacteristic of a lot of college towns where you have a lot of units that are being taken out of the market for the university. And this one is probably in Provo worse than other college towns because you have almost 70,000 students between the two universities that are fighting for units. And neither of the universities, UVU doesn't own any housing. They partner with a couple of people to build housing, but Provo does, or BYU does own housing, but not enough. They're, significant portion of the married students are living out in the community, and that's they are many times low income, but I call them transitional low income because they're moving through education to get a better job and move on and not necessarily be low income for long. And so this is a tough market just because of that, because of all the students.
Well, we appreciate this very much, Mr. Vernon, and I just want to say, for the sake of the rest of the council, working with you and the Provo City Housing Authority has been a real honor and pleasure, and you really do a fantastic job, and all of your staff. You're a real asset to our community, and you do great service for our citizens. So I'm eager for the city to and the rest of the council to be more aware of what you do and more appreciative and hopefully more collaborative going forward. So I think this has been really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right, friends, we'll take a break then. We've got time for a break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock for item number 4. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. Welcome back from our break. We'll continue now with item number 4, which is a presentation from Kem Gardner Policy Institute regarding housing affordability. This will be presented by Mr. James Wood, Ivory Boyer Senior Fellow at the Kem Gardner Policy Institute. We thank you, Mr. Wood, for being with us. We have 30 minutes for this item.
Well, thank you. Thanks, John, for putting up the screen. Yeah, I'm with the University of Utah, the Gardner Policy Institute, which is part of the School of Business. And we have spent a lot of time over the years on housing and housing affordability. And housing affordability, the Salt Lake Chamber took a survey a couple of years ago, and housing affordability was one of the top issues, if not the number one issue, right there with education, transportation, and air quality. We've done a couple of studies in the last 18 months or 2 years on housing affordability, and I just completed one on best practices. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. But I'd like to initially, if we could scroll down, John, just mention where we are as a state. When COVID hit last spring, we thought there was really going to be a significant impact on the housing market and employment. At one point in April or May, we thought employment might be down 300,000 by the third quarter. Well, it turns out that Utah has done remarkably well. By year end, we expect that our job loss will be about 22,000 jobs out of 1.5 plus million. So about 1%. Only one other state has a lower rate of decline, and that's Idaho, and they're down about 0.5%. Many states that nationally are down a little bit over 6%. So we've done really well. We are an island, and we're very lucky and fortunate. The unemployment rate now, the most recent monthly number is down to 4.1%. In Utah County, it's down to under 4%. So we're almost back to a tight labor. Well, Utah County's back to a tight labor market. One comment on taxable retail sales. We've had some discussion with the legislature on this and what COVID has done to taxable retail sales. About almost 25% of taxable retail sales are now being made at place of residence. So if somebody in Springville, rather than going into the Provo Mall, purchases from Amazon at home, the retail sales show up in Springville rather than, and the tax revenue for the point of sale would go to Springville rather than Provo. So we might be doing a study on that. We've had some discussion with the legislature. But you know, the housing market has been, I've followed the housing market now for 45 years, and this is one of the hottest housing markets we have ever had. We had a real hot one back in the late 1970s, and of course, running up to the Great Recession, it was hot, but home builders cannot build enough, and we are going to be at record levels of home building statewide. Okay, the next slide, John. A housing market profile for Provo. Provo has almost 35,000 occupied housing units. 14,200 of those are owner occupied, and 20,000 plus are renter occupied, with of course with BYU and UVU, lots of rental occupied housing in the neighborhood there, and 58%. Only Provo, South Salt Lake has more renter occupied than owner occupied. And the other city that has that is Logan. And so that's unique, and it certainly affects how you address the issue of affordable housing. Median sales price, this is the most recent data. This would be 2020. In Provo, $365,150. Condominiums, $255,000. Housing price increase in the last 5 years. In Provo, prices are increasing at 10% annually. In Salt Lake County, they've been increasing at 9%. Condominiums are up not quite as much, 8.6, but at 10%, you double the price of the home in 7 years. We are, in my view, statewide, at least along the Wasatch Front, we are in many communities are in perilous housing price territory. New construction in Provo over the last 15 years, about 4,400 units have been built, and 47% of those are single family, 12% are condos, and 40% are apartments. So that's the sort of the overview, 30,000 feet of the Provo housing market in 2020. Next slide, John. Provo is an affordable housing market. If you look at the median sales price of $365,000 compared to many of the other good-sized communities in Utah County, you can see that you're well down. And a lot of that has to do with the housing stock and the age of the housing stock, and the fact that you're pretty much landlocked. There's not a lot of development. Just in the last year, there's I think it was less than 100 single-family homes as I was doing the data. There's not a lot of detached single-family home construction going on right now. There are some apartment projects. I know there's a couple of big projects that are proposed, and you've done some down with the Front Runner station, and that's great. But it isn't an affordable market, much more than northern Utah County and what we have in most of Salt Lake County, not all of Salt Lake County. Next slide. And again, that the prices are a reflection of the housing inventory, and the median age of an owner-occupied unit in Provo is 39 years. 1 in 8 homes are more than 70 years old. A couple of years ago for Salt Lake County, using the assessor records, we mapped the age of all parcels in Salt Lake County, and then identified those that were built prior to 1940, and then overlaid that with income to see where we might likely have deferred maintenance, and then some programs were at least early on were designed based on those data. That this is where we might have some issues with the deferred maintenance, and where we could target some maybe home dollars for owners in those neighborhoods. On the rental side, it's about the same age, 38 years is it would be the median age. 1 in 10 is greater than 70 years old. Next slide. And now to our best practices study. It's a 45-page study, and it was an interesting study to get into. Initially looked at a lot of the literature on best practices and housing affordability, and there are a lot of good ideas, a lot of imagination, a lot of entrepreneurial ideas with construction and so on. However, there's just really a limited number of cases where you get output, how many units were actually built, and how that changed pricing. And so that was quite frustrating. Since I'm not a practitioner, I'm an economist. When this study was, we contracted to do it, I decided I better survey practitioners. So I surveyed 35 practitioners around the state, state officials, city officials, county, housing authorities. Bob, I surveyed Bob, and also nonprofits. So people who have been involved in providing or advocating for affordable housing and housing affordability. And from that survey, we identified 5 practices that there was a pretty much consensus on. These were the practices that had meaningful results in the issue of housing affordability. And I just saw that that was at the Housing Authority. Bob Vernon, Robert, is participated in the survey. Anyway, these 5: zoning, RDAs, TODs, ADUs, preservation of existing affordable housing. Now, zoning is really the mother lode of any sort of intervention that would be substantial to really change the trajectory of price increases. It's probably the most effective in cities like, if you get a Draper or Sandy or Riverton or Harriman, Lehigh, Saratoga Springs, those cities with zoning, they can change what the future housing prices, that trajectory will look like by current zoning practices. Now, in Provo, where you're mainly built out for the most part, zoning probably doesn't play quite the role it does in a lot of the other cities along the Wasatch Front. But you have other tools to really work with. Certainly RDAs, you've got an RDA, you've got a TOD with the front runner, and I know you've got some high density plan there. That's throughout the Wasatch Front where we have TODs, cities have approved high density housing. And some of the areas where that's really notable is up in Farmington, for example. American Fork is another case. Sandy is another case where we've had, at least in my view, otherwise I don't think it would have been built. I've had some opposition on that comment, that the cities, the land was already zoned before the TOD was established. So it's not that the cities became friendly to high density. It's now with the TOD, the zoning was already friendly, and that's why we have the development. I don't know how true that is and to what extent, because I don't get into city by city and when they zone tracts of land for various uses. But TODs have been a big player. RDAs have been a player over lots of years. And the poster child there is Salt Lake City. Their downtown CBD RDA throws off about $25 million a year for affordable housing. And so a lot of the stuff downtown is financed through the RDA revenue, the tax increment financing. And then we looked at ADUs, and ADUs are popular. That's in the concept. There's a lot of buzz about it. It's very incremental, and it's slow, and it's unit by unit. And a lot of cities are still working through how to really facilitate in an economic and planning way that's efficient and does address housing affordability. What a lot of communities, I think, at least residents aren't aware of, that they're already living in a high density single family neighborhood because there's a lot of illegal ADUs. We took a survey of all of the cities over 20,000 population, and about 8% of the rental inventory in those it was 32 cities over 20,000 population. 8% of the rental inventory was in basement apartments, basically. And that totaled about 20,000 units. Those are, in a lot of cases, I would guess, are illegal ADUs. We do need to get regulation there. But in a lot of residential areas where you see single family, there's a lot of rental going on. And last, preservation of existing affordable housing. This is certainly for Provo. I think these last four, RDAs, TODs, ADUs, and the preservation of affordable housing are all tools that are well aligned with the housing inventory in Provo. Let me just give you a little on preservation, what we have in the study. And we did this for each one of these practices. First, we wanted to identify, and this is what I found limited in my literature search, was really good explanations of why preservation, for example, is a best practice. Am I doing all right for time? Do I have another 5 minutes? I don't have a watch on.
We have another 12 minutes for this item, so it depends on how much discussion you wanted. But.
Okay. Here's what we did on preservation, where we looked at, and like I said, with all of these, why it's a best practice, a framework for implementation, then some examples. And the examples could be local or the examples could be out of state. And for preservation, why it's a best practice, it preserves low cost because you're rehabbing existing units. It preserves affordability, preserves investment. Then we have a paragraph or so describing each one of these concepts. Counters rapidly rising housing prices in hot markets. Accesses multiple well-established funding sources. We just had I serve on the home committee on Salt Lake County, and we almost every year allocate some money for preservation. And as an entitlement city, I'm sure Provo's probably done that as well, and you have those HUD dollars. Then provides recapitalization of affordable units, and enjoys broad support and less opposition. That's a big one. You don't get the opposition that you do with the new development where you have the NIMBYism. And then the framework for implementation, you give preservation priority. You identify at-risk properties. We have identified all of the tax credit and HUD projects that would age out over the next 5 years. And in Provo, there was only one project, Westgate, a small rental project. I think it's a HUD project, 38 units. Target resources for preservation. Again, the state has set up a preservation fund, the Utah Preservation Fund. The legislature put some money in, Clark Ivory Foundation put money in, and IHC has put money in. and they're hoping to grow that fund to many millions of dollars. And it's to preserve affordable housing, that's existing affordable housing. And it does satisfy one of the strategies of SB 34, which you're familiar with. And then we go through identifying some examples that NeighborWorks here in Salt Lake, NeighborWorks in Provo probably has done some of the same, where they do some preservation and raising funds for that. And talk about the what one of the housing authorities here, Housing Connect, has done with using some HUD dollars to rehab a large senior project of almost 300 units. And then talk about variations on a theme. We give some other examples out of state. So we've done that for each one of these practices. And I think this was going to be sent, the study was going to be sent to the council and the staff. If it hasn't been, I can get you an email and you can distribute it, John. But anyway, that's what we've done, and it's been interesting. This is a real hard issue, and it's really segmented in two parts. One is housing affordability. The other is affordable housing. Housing affordability speaks to the whole spectrum of income and prices for homes. And so interventions on housing affordability is, again, as I said earlier, is to change that trajectory where you get 10% increases a year. And affordable housing is a type of housing, generally has some sort of assistance from some government program, whether it's HUD, RDA, or RD, or tax credits. But it is it's very difficult issue. And in the end, what we came up with is that there's no one silver bullet. It's really multiple avenues, really, that a city must adopt to really counter what's going on and in housing prices. And I'm afraid we're probably, I just did the numbers for another piece. From 2010 to 2020, Utah leads the country in employment and job or population growth rates. Those are growth rates, and when you lead the country in the population growth and employment growth, you're going to put pressure on all sorts of infrastructure and prices, particularly housing prices. It's just, if we don't make some inroads on this, I think in another 15 years, we're going to be in the neighborhood of Seattle in terms of where they are now. They will have gone on and probably higher. But for example, and overall, the metro area in Utah County, the median sales price is very close to Salt Lake County, Salt Lake metro area. And of 181 metro areas that are surveyed by the National Association of Realtors, Salt Lake metro area has higher home prices, the price, not the rate of increase, home prices, than 88% of metro areas. And that would be true of also of the Provo Orem. In fact, in the most recent presentation by the National Association of Realtors in December, they identified a dozen top housing markets, and Provo Orem was one of those. So the metro area is in for some, I think, continued pressure on prices. And so that makes these best practices and attempts by cities really all the more important, because we really are in a a unique environment economically, demographically, and in housing prices. So be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Chair Henley. Mr. Wood, thank you for this presentation. It was extremely helpful, and the report that was sent along. I haven't had a chance to fully digest it. I did peruse it, and there's a lot of very important information there. So thank you for helping us get up to speed on this. Councillor Hoban asked our last presenter a question, and I think it's a question that the council's going to need to grapple with, and we'll discuss it. But I'd love to get your input on it. You kind of said, well, hey, you know, if we don't make some changes, we don't change our trajectory in 15 years, we're going to be like Seattle as far as their housing costs and whatnot. Help us understand, like, why would you think that's something that we want to avoid? What comes along with becoming like Seattle in 15 years?
Well, you're well schooled, I think, probably as a council in what it means for the infrastructure and the pressure it can put on infrastructure and the need for additional infrastructure. But on the housing market and what it means for the residents of Provo is, first of all, you'll have greater inequality. And secondly, the best avenue for almost all households, with the exception of probably the top 10%, the way they create wealth is through home ownership. Not renting, but through home ownership. And home ownership is so important. You look at the national figures on wealth. A typical homeowner has over $150,000 in wealth, whereas a renter has less than $5,000. So, and I'm sure all of you, most of you are probably homeowners. We've all benefited from what's happened. If you just look at the increase in housing statewide in the last year, where we get overall an 8 or 9% increase in prices, you're talking about $10 to $12 billion in increase in equity. So it's really important in the distribution of wealth, and then all of the advantages that come, I think, with home ownership. What that means is stability for a city, and particularly for neighborhoods and for school districts and so on. And you certainly have experienced the other side of that with your 58% renter occupied units, which those affect neighborhoods, and the education and the school districts also affects parking on the streets. And so, but in terms of prices, it's really, I think it gives people an opportunity to create wealth. And that's, in my view, the number one advantage of making particularly detached single family homes or condominiums affordable, so people can get a share of the growth. Otherwise, we don't, we've had all this growth, and are we sharing the prosperity? If you're a renter, you're not sharing the prosperity, probably, if you've been a renter all that time over the last 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. We're out of time, but I have one quick question, or maybe it's partly a comment too. But you seem to indicate that maybe zoning wasn't as vital a tool for us in Provo, but I do sense we have for example, a number of properties under conservation I can't remember what it's, residential conservation zone, which is downtown and near campus, are two areas where that zoning exists. And I haven't looked into details on it, but it seems like we might be preventing opportunities for higher density in some places where we really want them. The other thing is your report, which I thought was extremely helpful, mentioned that here in Provo, we've only experimented briefly with form-based code, but I'm curious what your opinion on that is as an effective tool for us.
Say that one more time. The
form-based code.
Oh, form-based code. Again, I'm not a practitioner, but I talked to practitioners on this, and this was maybe you know him, John. He was out at West Valley for years. He now does a lot of consulting on form-based code, and he's done consulting up in Davis County, several cities up in Heber, Wasatch County, and some in Salt Lake County, West Valley. And how it facilitates development, and that it has been it's not widely adopted, but where it has been used, it's been quite effective. I don't have I'd have to go back and look at my notes to see maybe what John said in terms of number of units. We did look at South Salt Lake, where they had used form-based code. Or no, I'm sorry, not South Salt Lake. Well, South Salt Lake, yes, they used it along what's called the streetcar line, and where they got some high density development. And they've also, Mill Creek has used it over just off of Highland Drive by the mall over there near Sugar House. They've used form-based code to develop some high density. So from the information I got, it was, where it's been practiced and there's political will behind it, it's been quite effective. But there aren't a lot of cases of it that I know of. How was your experience?
Well, I wasn't. I wasn't part of those. I can't even remember. I read it in your report that Provo had used it, and maybe some of our staff know where it was used. But I'm not. I don't think I'm not.
I think we just dabbled in it, and it was more of design corridors. So it was some form-based design standards kind of on top of our regular zoning. I don't know if we've done any true form-based code.
We haven't done any real form-based code work.
What you were mentioning, Mr. Wood, you were mentioning John. Does he have a last name?
I worked with him 5 years ago, and I call him on the phone. I can send it to you.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, it'll come to me here in a minute.
Well, we thank you very much, Mr. Wood, for your time and for the report, which I think was very, very helpful, very interesting and informative. And we appreciate your lending your expertise to assist us for your time today.
Was it John Jansen?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, we know.
And also Frank Lilly, who is now at Mill Creek, he's used it, and he was at South Salt Lake. And I talked to him both on the Mill Creek and South Salt Lake. And Frank was out at West Valley where John was.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wood. We need to move on. We appreciate your time with us today. We will now, we're going to actually reverse the next two items. So we'll turn to item number 6 on our agenda, which is a presentation from the Utah League of Cities and Towns regarding proposed legislation on housing issues for the 2021 legislative session. This will be presented by Victoria Ashby, Director of Government Relations from the Utah League of Cities and Towns, and we have 30 minutes for this item. Welcome, Ms. Ashby.
Thank you, and it's good to be sort of here with all of you. I haven't met most of you. I've been with the League just shy of a year. It was a really interesting year to join the League. I came from legislative staff before that, but it's been a great experience getting to meet so many of you municipal city council members and mayors. So I look forward to meeting some of you in person at some day. I am not nearly as good at names as Cameron is, but I will do my very best. So today you asked me to talk about housing bills, and so we will start out with just a preview of what's happening in session and then go on to housing. And then if you have time or want to discuss some other bills, I've got those on too, but you can just stop me when you're done. I don't think I have control, so yeah. So that's what I plan on talking about today, and just stop me whenever you have questions or if we run short of time. We can go to the next slide. So this session, we're just trying to get the word out to all of our members about how this session is going to look, because we really are going to need the help of everyone in kind of this hybrid virtual and in-person session. If we go to the next slide, the virtual session, right now we're aware of at least 1,000 bills that have been filed, so nothing, including a pandemic, can slow down the Utah legislature. They are being encouraged to meet remotely with constituents. Our understanding is that they are holding committee meetings. The public can attend, but attendance is limited. And so it's going to be interesting to see how we can get in and testify, and if we do that remotely or in person. Right now, League staff is planning on being at the Capitol, but it's just kind of a big experiment at this point. But it does make it easier for those of you who don't have time to come to the Capitol to listen into a meeting or testify if you feel strongly about something. Our understanding is most of the after-hour events are canceled. This also includes during the day events from outside groups. So we are canceling our local officials day, unfortunately. There's going to be masks, and we are working to make our LPC sessions virtual. They've been virtual all year, and we're working on a voting system to help make those more productive. If you go to the next slide, the message we want to get out is our League Army is going to be crucial, because we don't think legislators are going to be as willing to step out of the House or Senate chamber to talk to us. It's going to be really a game of who can get their text messages through, and we think that their local city mayors and council members are going to be more willing to respond to them. And so I won't read through all of these, but your relationships with the legislators in your area is going to be key. They're going to get inundated more than usual electronically, and kind of cutting through that to get our message out on specific bills is really going to be important. So we're hoping that you can develop those relationships and reach out to them. If you go to the next slide. You probably already know the legislators in your area, but I've just highlighted the key committees that we often see bills impacting cities going to, and this is the reps, the representatives from your area and the committees that they sit on. So you can contact them about bills when we send out the APB about a bill. And the next slide is the senators who sit on these committees, highlighted in green. So we just encourage you to keep reaching out to those legislators and contacting them and keeping those lines of communication open. All right, next slide. Okay, and unless there's any questions about weird virtual session, I'll start going into the legislation. We have seen some bills pop up on housing, and all of the bills that we get, we put through the League policy prism. Many of you have probably seen this before, but the question we're going to be asking about the housing bills and all the other bills is, do they respect the traditional role of local government? We're seeing more bills where the legislature thinks they have a better idea of what should be done in your city than maybe you do. Is the bill one size fit all for all cities, or does it recognize that cities are different, and will it result in unfunded mandate? And as usual, we're trying to work with respect with our state leaders, but also hoping that they will collaborate with us and respect your local role as local leaders. Next slide. This is just a quick snapshot of all the bills that we've been tracking. We created these tiers this year to help us prioritize our work as league staff, and we take these to the board and they ratify these tiers. And as you can see, we've got housing in tier 1, and we're kind of expecting to see some things on building fees, impact fees, ADUs, permitting and inspection authority, HRZ, and other affordable housing tools. And I'll go into that a little bit more detail. But this just kind of gives you an idea of what to date, although we had a few more pop-up last night, including billboards that we're tracking and kind of where league staff sees them as priorities. If you go to the next slide. Okay, let's just dive right into housing. All right, so as I mentioned, we've got some bills that we've verified or they're rumored. HB 374, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later. This was a bill that Representative Ray ran last year. It removed plan review and inspection authority for municipalities. It also prohibited cities from setting requirements for exterior materials like pitch of roof, materials used on the outside of a home. We were able to negotiate with Representative Ray on that bill to do a study this year, but we're expecting that bill to come back, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. Development related fees is a big one. There's been some talk about inclusionary zoning, although we have not seen language on this. Some sort of public asset management, and there's kind of been two variations of this. Nothing really is solidified yet. One is that a city would do an asset inventory of the city's own land, and then potentially look at where the city might want to do some sort of affordable housing projects. The other variation of this is to do an inventory of all the housing within the city's boundaries and kind of see where the city is at as far as affordable housing and other housing projects to help inform decisions about future projects. And then there's also been some talk about doing some economic development and redevelopment incentives, and then transit-oriented development or transit investment. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And the one bill we have seen for sure is ADUs, and I'll get into that. If we can go to the next slide. So the Commission on Housing Affordability has been kind of the driver of some of these concepts. If you go on to the next slide. The commission was established a few years ago. Senator Andrig is the chair. And the commission is a mixed task force, really, of there's some city representatives, there's some developers, legislators on it, looking at housing affordability. Now, as Mr. Wood pointed out, housing affordability is not necessarily like the programs with subsidized housing for the lower income brackets. It's more looking at the larger spectrum of housing affordability, and that our prices are going up here on the Wasatch Front. The commission this year created 3 subgroups. One was a land use subgroup to look at permit fees and inclusionary zoning. Again, we have not seen any real specifics on this, but we are anticipating potentially some bills on this during session. Another group was looking at rural housing issues, and they have talked about doing pre-development grants to help with housing issues in rural parts of the state. A third group looked at landlord-tenant mediation, and this is the one that we're for sure probably going to see as a bill come out of this group. It's going to help with mediation programs between for renters across the state. Then the commission also talked about housing reinvestment zones. This is a concept that Senator Andrig was really interested in, although Kem was in a meeting with him this morning where it sounded like Andrig was kind of moving more from HRZs and more to a TOD concept, trying to find more revenue for TODs. So I don't know that HRZs are really going to pop up this year. One of the concerns with HRZs is there's only so much tax increment to go around, and if you keep exhausting that tax increment, it's really not effective at some point. And then I mentioned this public inventory. Again, it's not super clear what they want to do with it, and while it may be a great tool, we're a little bit concerned about, okay, if cities are mandated to do this inventory and show what's on stock, is the state going to then mandate cities do something with that land? We don't know really the details of this, and my guess is that this is an idea that came up in the last couple months. I don't know that it's fully baked enough to really see anything this session, but it's hard, you never know. And then the commission has also talked about creating a connection between some of the GOED programs and housing affordability. So something like the SB 35 transit incentive. Is there an economic development incentive we can give cities to, mobilize their affordable housing plans? And same thing with EdTIF. Should we maybe connect EdTIF eligibility to housing affordability? Any questions on any of those? Again, the most solidified thing that seemed to came out of the commission was landlord-tenant mediation, but I think we might see inclusionary zoning pop up.
Any questions?
All right, we'll go to the next slide. And I basically already covered this. We don't have a draft bill yet, but the low-hanging fruit seems to be the landlord-tenant mediation. And some of the things that have changed as far as state funding, because we keep saying, especially with the HRZ concept, there's only so much tax increment to go around, was the change in the state's budget structure this year with Amendment G. And we're hoping that the legislature will at some point start kicking more money into some of these housing concepts. All right, let's go on to the next bill. All right, this is Representative Ward. He has been looking at accessory dwelling units. Representative Ward, I have to give Representative Ward credit. He has worked with us a lot. He has spent a lot of time on this. I'm not sure we're quite there with him, but his feeling is that the easy, most expedient solution to our affordable housing problem, or housing affordability problem, I should say, is to allow more ADUs. And the way he sees ADUs is not the detached tiny home in your backyard, but the mother-in-law concept, or over the garage. And so when he presents this idea, his point is that there are too many restrictions on ADUs. We need to incentivize them more. And if we make it easier for people to build ADUs, they will not all be underground. They will be legally built. The city will be able to track them and therefore potentially get more revenue from them. And so we need to make this an easier process for residents to do ADUs. The example he gives is that if there is a home and you have 2 parents and 6 kids, and those kids are close in age and they grow up and suddenly they have 4 cars plus the parents 1 or 2 cars, we don't necessarily we shouldn't treat them any different than once the kids move out and the parents decide to rent out their basement to 4 people and those people have cars. Why are we treating those people differently? Now you can, of course, there are all kinds of factors around this, but he strongly feels that we shouldn't be regulating them that differently. And the other part of the regulation is the building code. So let's go to the next slide and see what is in his bill. And I actually wanted to start at the last bullet on this slide because we do feel like there's some really great things in Representative Ward's bill. So the bill, he's spent a lot of time with building code officials His feeling is that if you create an ADU, you should not have to meet all the requirements that a duplex requires when you build it. So lots of the requirements like firewalls, ventilation systems are too onerous if you just want to convert your basement to a mother-in-law apartment. So he has language in there relaxing the building code for some of those for internal ADUs. He also has language in there prohibiting HOAs from blocking ADUs. So he's actually going over after these private covenants and telling HOAs that you can't prohibit ADUs within your HOA, your neighborhood. And then he creates a program for loan guarantees for ADUs. This is to help people convert their basement into a mother-in-law. And so for the most part, these are great parts of his bill. Where we've heard concern from our members is on the other two parts. And so those are those second and third bullets. The first bullet, his bill says that if your zone allows an ADU, it is a permitted use. So you cannot do the conditional use permit. If your zone allows ADUs, it is a permitted use. And then for those internal ADUs, the municipality cannot restrict on the ADU the size of the internal accessory dwelling unit in relation to the primary dwelling, total lot size, parking, or street frontage. So for total lot size, I think his intent is that if my house is 2,000, it could be built to 2,000 square feet, but I'm only at 1,800 right now, and I add on another 200 to somehow create a mother-in-law, I'm still within my footprint, and the city shouldn't disallow that just because I'm remodeling for an ADU. Where we've heard the most concern from our members is on the parking piece. And he feels quite strongly about this. Again, my example with, well, you don't care about all the teenage kids, why do you care about the renters in the basement? The issue is that this really changes from community to community. I live in Riverton. My driveway, I have two cars, my husband and mine. We could probably fit a third one on if we got rid of all my husband's boy toys. So we could easily put, a mother-in-law and add that extra car onto my driveway. If you live in the Salt Lake Avenues, they don't have driveways like this. So you end up with cars on the street. But Representative Ward's point is, well, you have all of these illegally already. I'm just trying to bring them to the surface. The cities are going to create parking restrictions that make it too difficult for people to have ADUs. And so the state needs to step in and tell them that's not okay. So that's the first part of the bill. Let's go to the second slide, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. The second part is this single family limit. And I wanted you to see where this is in code. This is in the land use code. This is the single family limit. And the important part is down there on line 50. So it says a municipality may not adopt a single family limit that is less than, and A would apply to Provo. If the municipality has within its boundary a private university. So the single family unit right now, if you go up to line 47, it's the number of unrelated individuals allowed to occupy. So Provo cannot adopt a single family limit of unrelated people that is less than 3. So you can't limit the number of people living together who are unrelated down to 2. As we've looked at this language, initially it caused concerns from people, but lately we've been hearing that this is actually not that concerning. It would be concerning if he changed 3 to 5 or 3 to 2, but the unrelated, you can still say that the single family limit is 3. He's just getting rid of this unrelated component. And his point is that, again, you have lots of people living in these ADUs, and what does unrelated really mean? If you have 2 people who are in the home who are related to each other, and you have 2 more people, well, now you have 4, but how do you add up that unrelated component, if that makes any sense? So Lately, we haven't heard as much concern about this, but we have heard a lot of concern about the parking and the other taking away the city authority on other ADU regulations. Any questions about that?
Any questions? Mr. Sewell.
I have a question about the meaning of striking the word unrelated. So if Provo was to retain its current single family limit of 3, and you have a family of, let's say 4, are they not in compliance at that point?
No, right now, state law, the single family limit only applies to unrelated. It's silent as to related. So he just feels like this unrelated statute doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is, say you have a family of 4, wouldn't they be non-compliant if that word is stricken in Provo?
Okay, so if the single family limit is Provo, what the statute says is that Provo cannot make the single family limit less than 2. So as long as you don't say a single family cannot be less, that the limit is less than 2 or less than 3, excuse me, right, they're okay. They have 4, so you're fine. If your single family limit is 4, you're greater than 3. That makes sense.
So Dave, I think my understanding of it is none of this applies to minor children. And so if you have a family of 4 that's 2 parents or even, a person and a friend, and even if it's a person and a friend and they both have children, that's completely fine. So that change wouldn't affect that. But where it might change is if, say, you had 4 siblings, maybe their parents passed away or something, but 4 siblings are all living in the same household. Right now, that's allowed, and with that striking of unrelated, that would no longer be allowed.
Well, Dave, let's clarify that, because this state statute doesn't actually set what the limit is. Provo City Code sets what the limit is. Right. What this state statute does is it sets a limit on what Provo City's limit can be. So right now, if we don't change our ordinance, this state statute is not going to do anything to our current ordinance. If we struck unrelated from our ordinance and said, we're going to quit worrying about families and we're just going to say you can't have more than 4 people in a house, regardless of the nature of their relationship, we would still be in compliance with the state statute. But if we tried to say you can't have more than 2 people in a house, we would be violating this state statute.
Okay, so just to clarify, we can retain our definition of what the single family limit means, so that a family could still have as many as
right,
as they have. Yeah.
Right, because we don't have a city ordinance that says you can't have more than 3 people in a house. So this doesn't affect us because this doesn't determine what the limit is. It determines what our city ordinance can say the limit is.
Yeah, so I thought
it's a floor. Yeah.
I thought this was saying that we could no longer differentiate between related and unrelated in setting this limit. Okay, thank you.
I don't think so, because all it's doing is striking that word out and saying that when they place a limit on us, that limit doesn't apply only to unrelated individuals. It applies to everybody, but we've never put a limit that doesn't apply to unrelated individuals. I mean, yeah.
We actually do.
Okay.
And so I think we need to have a little bit more discussion on this provision, because in our ordinance, we actually do treat unrelated and related people differently. If you're unrelated, you can only have 3.
Right.
My
point is,
you could have 20.
Well, yeah, but I don't think there's anywhere in our code, Gary, that our limit on related people is lower than our limit on unrelated people.
You're correct. But by striking this out, one of the things that we probably ought to offline talk about and go through is, does this now prohibit us from treating unrelated and related people differently? Because currently we do.
Right.
Yeah, and if I could just make one more comment, I think it's very important that we understand the intent of this, because I am very concerned if this is an attempt to say that there's no difference between a family and a group of unrelated individuals as far as the way we treat things in our municipal law.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, there are some states that you cannot legally, under their either state statutes or state constitutions, you cannot distinguish based on family or related status. And so if you can have mom and dad and 10 kids in a house, you can have 12 unrelated people in a house, because the effects are the same. So it'd be really good to have further clarification and discussion about, by taking out unrelated, is the intent to take away the Provo City's ability to distinguish between related households and unrelated households?
That's a great point, because it doesn't seem to me like what we have on the screen in front of us does that, but maybe that's the intent and it's just poorly executed.
Yeah, and it would be good to just get a little more clarification on that.
All right, well, we're out of time on this item. Are there any other questions for Ms. Ashby? We appreciate your being with us today, and even if it's virtually, we're getting to know you and getting this very helpful report. I'm sure if there are other questions, you would be open to answering them if any of us approached you offline. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, we're going to turn back then to item number 5, which is let me pull up our. There's an error in the chair's notes. Item 5 is a presentation from the Community and Neighborhood Services Department regarding the housing element of the general plan, and this will be presented by Melissa McNally, the management analyst from Community and Neighborhood Services.
Hi, thank you, Councilman Handley. I am going to go over a lot of demographics and statistics, and just with the understanding that this is just like a snapshot in time. It's not supposed to be all inclusive. It's just to take a quick look at where Provo sits. A lot of the information that I'm presenting is just echoing things that Mr. Vernon and Dr. Wood have presented already. So John, will you go to the next slide? Do I have control of the slide? No. Okay, thank you. So these are just some quick facts. All the information that I pulled is from the census.gov, and these are numbers based on their 2019 ACS estimates. So it shows our population at 116,616, our median home value, and this is as of 2019, and Dr. Wood had an updated 2020 value. But at 2019, it was 335,700. Our median household income is 53,864. And it's interesting to note that of our population, those enrolled in post-secondary education who reside in Provo, there are 45,909 of our residents are enrolled in some kind of post-secondary education. That represents 39% of our population. And then the households in poverty in Provo are 26.3%. And then of those households in poverty, 59.5% of them are enrolled in post-secondary education. Next slide. Okay. So this is just our percentages compared to some of the other cities in the county and the county in general. You can see that we've got the highest poverty level, and of the housing costs, we have the highest percentages. And that's just how much of our income, our citizens' income, is paid to cover housing costs, and that is inclusive of utilities. That's would be the rent, mortgage, and utilities versus other cities. Okay, next slide. And then our median housing price. This is, again, as of 2019, just compared to some of the other cities and then the county as a whole.
I had a quick question about that. I thought I heard Jim Wood say that Provo was 365.
Yeah, he's got numbers from 2020, and these are from 2019. The information I had available to me was all from 2019 on the census website.
So
it's gone up quite a bit, yeah.
And 10% increase maybe or more.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, next slide. Okay, and this shows our housing units, our owner occupied versus our renter occupied. We have 14,242 owner occupied and 20,212 renter occupied housing units in Provo. And then this is just a breakdown by income. Which is interesting to see, owner versus renter at the different income levels. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is our Provo housing gap analysis, and this is just some really rough estimates. My coworker Javin Weaver put this together for us today, and it just gives us a good overview of where our deficits are. And as you might expect, it's at the very lowest income brackets. We do have a deficit of housing choice available to them. And the first table is our renter occupied units, and the second table is our owner occupied units. So next slide. And this is just our Provo housing units by type. We have our single, detached, single attached apartments, and so on. Just the difference between how many owners occupy those versus renters occupy those units. And in Provo City, we currently have 382 accessory dwelling units. I know that's been talked about quite a bit today by the other presenters as a tool to help remedy the affordable housing problems. So that's what we have available in Provo today. So may have room to grow there. Next slide. Okay, so in our department, we are responsible for overseeing the HUD grants. And along with those HUD grants, we do an analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. And this is a fairly substantial report that we have done every 5 years. And so the impediments that were, this is from last year, from 2019, and the impediments that were identified are a supply of rental units for large families, limited land for development, construction costs, zoning, Hispanic and other minority mortgage application denial rates, and continued high rents and sale prices. And just for context, HUD defines fair housing choice as the right to choose housing free from unlawful discrimination, and it guarantees that regardless of your age, race, religion, family situation, or level of ability, you have the right to choose the housing that's best for your needs with no outside preferences or stereotypes being imposed. So, next slide. Okay, and also within our department, there are a few programs that we run with HUD funding to help with some of the housing, well, not necessarily the housing deficit, but to help some of our citizens with the housing affordability. So we have a Home Purchase Plus program, and it is funded, as I said, through HUD grant dollars. In the calendar year 2019, 16 households were assisted, and 55% of those were at 80% of AMI, and 45% were at 50 to 60. There were none below that area median amount. And in the 2020 calendar year, there were 11 households assisted, 73% at that 80%, and only 27% at 50, that should say 60% AMI, and nothing below that, because it's just, when you get down to those levels of income, housing affordability, home ownership is just unattainable.
We have a question from Ms. Ellsworth.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious from the last slide, why is the Hispanic population being denied?
That's a really good question, and we don't have an answer to that. That's been identified in the last couple of analysis of impediments. There's just a higher denial rate. A lot of times it's because of income. There's access to figure out exactly why. So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and then.
Will we be getting a copy of these slides, by the way?
Yes, absolutely.
You know what Teddy's ball is?
Okay, next slide.
What? His ball.
Okay, and as I said, this is just a snapshot of what we have going on, just to kind of inform you as we move forward with the housing component of the general plan, so that we can make, or so that you, sorry, can make informed decisions as far as directions you would like that part of the general plan to go. And some of the other questions we would really like to look at more in depth are, what do Provo's numbers look like without the full-time student population? Because that definitely skews our numbers. What are the demographics by neighborhood would also be interesting to look at more in depth. And are there additional opportunities to increase density in existing housing units? And that's definitely something I think worth looking at, where we have limited land available to keep growing, and we will keep growing. So do you have any questions for me?
Any questions, Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, can you expand or expound upon this last bullet point? Are there additional opportunities to include housing units? Is that just ADUs? Is that something else?
It's taking a look at ADUs. I think primarily, also some of the things have been mentioned already in just preserving affordable housing, and maybe taking advantage of our redevelopment areas.
So we developed this presentation here in light of the general plan coming up, and we're going to have a chapter in this general plan on housing. And so we would like to parse the numbers a little more in detail, as Melissa went through, taking out the students, because as Robert Vernon was talking about, they're kind of transitional poverty. They're on a good path. They may be temporarily in poverty, but they tend to graduate, go on, get jobs, either stay in Provo, move to different areas. And so to understand that effect it has on us, and where we have more likely cases of generational poverty, where you have families that aren't students that are in poverty and the difficulties that they might face there, and looking at the demographics more neighborhood by neighborhood. We do have some limitations with the census and census tracts that we have to work with. And looking at housing opportunities. One of the things that we also need to know is what is the council's expectation of things to be in the general plan? What types of issues should we address? You know, it's part of the conversation that we've heard so far today has been more of what are the important questions we really need to get our arms around. This housing affordability, we really have two components to it. One is dealing with those in poverty who are having a hard time affording homes, and then others who might be able to afford homes, but they're not really in poverty or they're working. It's workforce housing. And as you see with we didn't put in numbers today with this, but if you look at the median income for a family of four, and it's an entry-level police officer or an entry-level firefighter, they cannot afford to live in Provo City and buy a home. And so we've got to ask ourselves, okay, what does that mean for us? Do we care about that? What type of strategies, if we do, what type of strategies do we develop to deal with those issues? So we wanted to leave, this is a pretty big topic, housing, and you've heard a lot of information. And so we wanted to have a good conversation with the council about where do we go from here? What are some of the issues that we need to address or try to have addressed in our general plan? And how do we go about doing that?
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yeah, I don't know where the last slide went, but I liked those questions that were presented. I'd be really interested in investing time and energy into those questions in our general plan. It would be interesting to see kind of a heat map or something that indicates a concentration or density of different housing types, as well as an overlay with like resources and amenities in those areas. So are we putting density where places are, you know, livable, and where best planning practices would indicate we should put density? And are we being flexible enough to allow, you know, different life cycles, different life stages, I guess, in one home? So to me, I'm really interested and invested in, and I think the housing committee will soon work on proposals for accessory dwelling units, but yeah, I'm very interested in seeing that integrated into the general plan.
One issue that I don't know how much we can put into our general plan, but as you've seen from all the presenters and the numbers, housing and housing affordability is a statewide regional problem. You have Provo, and there are probably some communities who would look at all of these numbers and graphs and say, great, way to go, Provo. And so how do we, that's one conversation that I think we need to have as a city, is how do we expand this discussion to include everybody along the Wasatch Front, especially in Utah County. There are things that we can do, but there are other cities where the median household cost housing cost is very, very high. And so as they have children who want to stay in the area, more likely than not, they don't, when they form their own households, don't stay in that community. They come to a Provo, an Orem, or a Spanish Fort, where the average housing price is a little less. And so how do we deal with all of those issues on a region-wide basis and not just one city have the lion's share of poverty or accessory dwelling units or all of those types of issues?
Well, Gary, I think that's why the legislature does get involved. Because sometimes I see these emails come across the APA listserv And it's talking about how Alpine or Highland has what they call monster lots, where somebody buys 2 lots adjacent to each other. They combine them and build like a monster house on these 2 lots. And in Provo, that's not our problem, right? So on the one hand, we can't tell other cities what to do, nor should we. But on the other hand, if they don't step up, the legislature's just going to keep pushing it down on all of us.
Thank you. So I've been jotting notes down throughout the 4 presentations on things I wanted to mention. So let me kind of tick through a few of them that I think it's all pertinent to this conversation. I strongly support the effort to kind of dissect the data a little bit and really, particularly when it comes to our students and look at the impact that has. I think we saw these numbers on the screen, but it really wasn't pointed out that, you saw that Provo has a much higher poverty rate than other communities in the county. But if you were to subtract out that 58% of those that are poverty that are students, all of a sudden now we're kind of online with where the rest of the community is. And that's not to say that, we don't need to worry about, students or whatever, but there is a distinct, difference between that transitional and the endemic poverty. And one of the biggest criticisms I've heard of the way that we look at poverty and the way that we look at all of these issues is we define poverty based on income and not on the amount that is being expended. And instead of expenditures, we look at it, income. And so you might have someone who is retired and saved up a lot of money, but they could be considered in poverty because they're not earning any. The same thing with the students, where students may be on scholarship, they may be using student loans, they may be supported by their parents, and so their housing is covered, but they're still listed in poverty. And it even gets to programs. So we know that Provo Housing Authority has a very long wait list. Well, someone might be still on that wait list and they have a certain amount of income and they have certain needs. And then once they get past that wait list, they have that same income, but now they're heavily supported on their housing. And so their needs changed drastically, but the definition of poverty still hasn't changed because their income hasn't changed. So I do think if we're going to be able to put together some thoughtful policy, I think it'll be helpful to have those kind of numbers. There was something that was said early on, talked about particularly home builders who are a pretty strong lobby with the state legislature. They really like to point out, hey, $20,000 of every home, the cost of building a home, $20,000 is impact fees. So if you want cheaper housing, just reduce the impact fees. Now it's important to remember where those impact fees come from, how they're determined, where they go to, and whatnot. But I think one thing is, and I think Robert Vernon talked about this a lot, about how that the home builder is going to build a house and they're going to sell it for what they can sell it for, and we'll find their profit, the difference between what it costs to produce that and what they can sell it for. But one thing that hadn't been talked about is land cost. Land cost in particular is sensitive to all of these things. Basically, you can sell a house for what you can sell it for. You have to buy the land, you have to build the house, and if you can sell it for more, or if you can produce it for less, often the land cost will inflate, or to kind of fill up the rest. And so I think there's a pretty good argument that even if we waived all of our impact fees, prices would still be the same. It's just our land costs would go up. let's see. Let me tackle this one next. We've talked a bit. Different people have kind of shared their answers to Councillor Hoban's question, but to me, I think a sustainable, responsible community will house a cross section of the society that makes up that community. So in Provo, we have grocery stores. We want grocery stores, and we want clerks to be at our grocery stores. We have children. We want our children to go to school. We want school teachers to teach our children. We have a police force. We have a fire force. We want all of these people in our community. And so I think if we come from it, I think we should come at it from the perspective of we want to house the type of people, a cross section of the people that make up our community. Now, that's not to say that, every person who lives in Provo has to work in Provo, or everyone who works in Provo has to live in Provo. You're going to have people move back and forth, but we shouldn't be like a Seattle. We shouldn't be like a Park City, where much of the people that work to support that community by necessity, by price, have to live somewhere else. And so to me, that's a quick way to answer that question. Why does it matter? Well, for all those reasons, for the stability of the community, for the inequality, the wealth creation, all of those things, the quality of life, travel time, our pollution, and all that. For all those reasons, I'll go into being a sustainable community, being a responsible community. We should house a cross section of our community. And then finally, when we're talking about the general plan, when we're talking about a lot of the reports that are produced by community and neighborhood services, these 5-year plans that direct how we use our home dollars given to us by the federal government and all of that. I think we need to be, I would like, and I feel like I've kind of failed as a counselor through these 5 years that I've been on the council, to really take these reports that are being written, take all of these separate components and kind of see if we can get a coherent, integrated plan, a policy in place. We sometimes are asked, well, hey, are we going to discount impact fees for subsidized housing? Well, we kind of answer that question in a vacuum. And what are we going to do about inclusionary zoning? Well, we kind of like look at all of these questions in a vacuum, where I'd love to see us look at the broad picture: housing, affordable housing, housing affordability, homeless issues, all of these things, and see if we can have a kind of a coherent plan moving forward. And I think the general plan and all these other plans are a great place to kind of put all that, but bring that all together, make a decision, have a game plan, and then we don't have to like agonize over these individual questions. We'll know how it's all playing into the bigger part. And I think an important part of that is, the state's constantly changing the state laws and statutes. We were assessed, I think, a couple $100,000 by the state because we don't have a shelter, a homeless shelter. But when you look and they say, well, every community needs to have at least 3 of these tools, 3 out of 21 tools. And we looked at it and said, we're already doing 18 of these. So I feel like we're already doing our part, but we're not getting credit for it. And I think we have to be careful, because if we say, well, hey, we'll do all of these efforts, to house, people, particularly at the low end of the spectrum, other communities are going to say, oh, great, Provo's going to handle it, because that's kind of what's been happening already. And I think that's why it's important to kind of aim to accommodate a whole cross section. That should be our goal. So we don't take shoulder more. I totally agree with the comments previously about, every community needs to do its part. But I feel like Provo's doing more than our share, but maybe that's incorrect. It'd be nice to kind of have some good numbers to do that. But if we had kind of a clear plan and we could work with the state and say, this is what we're doing, we're doing our part. And anyway, that's what I'd like to see going into the general plan, and also coming out. We have these, sometimes they're 5-year reports there, that we have these yearly updates, and I read through them and it's like, wow, this is some really, really good information, but we don't necessarily use that information throughout the year, or at least as a counselor, I perhaps, I'll keep it to myself, but I haven't done a very good job of necessarily being guided by some of these plans. Maybe the administration does better at it, but sometimes I feel pretty disjointed in the decisions we're being asked to make and in my decision making. So I'd love to see all that integrated.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may, or make a comment or two, actually. One is, first of all, yes, I think we need to get the answers to those questions. I mean, I was on the housing committee first couple of years I was on the council, and those were the prevailing questions we were always wondering about. And we had talked about the need for a housing audit, and I think we still need that, so that we aren't, so that we are addressing the specific conditions of our rather unique population and demographics that you've highlighted. I want to suggest that the housing price seems to be a really key indicator, and I think I heard that in what Dave Harding was just saying, because I think as long as if we're seeing as much as a 10% jump in housing price just in the last year, and Mr. Wood presented us with where we were relative to the rest of the county, I don't know how helpful that was in such a brief presentation, but it was pretty fascinating to me nevertheless. I was surprised to see that places like Spanish Fork and others were also jumping up very high very quickly. And so that seems to be the key issue, because if that's a measure of how well we're, providing opportunity for people in our community, that needs to be, I still think, regardless of whatever we are doing to help very low income or extremely low income people compared to other cities, if our housing prices are still as high as everybody else's, we still have a problem that needs addressing through a variety of those best practices that Mr. Wood was talking about. And it's really because, and I don't think we've talked about it in any of the presentations we've heard today, but it's really because the driver here are our own children and grandchildren, right? This is what's been made a point of many times over, that the main pressure on the housing market it's not people coming from from out of state, or even from out of county, or even sometimes out of city. It's our own population reproducing and people wanting to stay here. And so it is in our self-interest, I would frame it that way to people when they struggle with this idea, is that this is about, not just taking advantage if you happen to be in the fortunate category as I am of being able to own your home, and taking advantage of this rising housing market and feeling good about what that means for you or me individually on a financial level, but thinking about my children or my grandchildren and whether or not they're ever going to be able to live here because they're already locked out because of the advantages that I'm accruing to myself. So I think that's something that we ought to keep front and center in the way that we think about this problem. Ms. Ellsworth, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do, similar to you, George. I wonder if anyone who's 15 years old today will be able to afford a home in 15 years, especially if the prices are going to be what they are in Seattle, right? So there will just be more and more and more renters in the market, and more people living with their parents, more and more multi-generational families, more and more people unable to live close to where they work. And so we're just creating a lot of problems and exacerbating old problems. If the question is, what do we need in the general plan? I hope that we can connect all of these issues. I hope we can connect housing to land use, and housing and land use to transportation, and create some policies and solutions that we have in front of us to use when we make decisions, that the Planning Commission has in front of them that they can use when they make decisions, and that the staff has in front of them to help guide developers. It's really got to be a comprehensive approach, and it's just this kind of gnarly knot of many adjacent issues to housing, but we have the world's best staff. Robert can do it.
Other comments from the council that would be helpful in thinking about the general plan, many of the things that we've heard today? Mr. Vernon, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just, like to add into this that, the legislature is pushing things towards cities, and one of the things that they're pushing on the 5-year plan is more specificity. So, in the past, cities have been able to just say, we want to do affordable housing, and that was all they put in there. And so, the SB 34, they came up with this list of things that you had to comply with, and I think that's going to get to tighten up even more. And I think in plans, city plans, you're going to have to put more deliverables rather than just say we'd like to do this. And so I think that's where the state legislature is going with that. And so that's just something else that you might think about when you're putting the plan together is, they're looking for specific deliverables. How are we going to get to this end point? And so I think the generalization of, this is what we want for affordable housing in our community, that's fine, but what are you going to do to get there, I think, is the next step. And so, you should be thinking about that as well.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
I didn't realize Mr. Vernon was with us. If I could ask him, just with this being a work meeting, just in the past, we've talked about a housing audit. In the past, it sounds like there had been some plans started or whatever. I don't recall whether or not the council's ever appropriated money, but I think at least at times, and we've been willing to appropriate that money, and I don't know, I imagine that this council would be as well. But at least I haven't heard of progress on that. Do you know where that's at, or who should we ask to see, how can we kickstart this?
Well, I think we did talk about it. In fact, I think one of the things that we're tasked with as a housing authority is to do things like that. And so I even offered that we would pay for a portion of it and help out with that. I think, and I know Cliff and I talked about this a couple of times, but I think I got bogged down because I talked to Jim Woods at length about this, and he said they would not do it. He said this was a in a rental market where you've got this many rentals and where people are, maybe not wanting to talk to you about what they're doing with their property because they're illegally renting it. He just thought that you would have trouble getting accurate information by mail or, traditional sources that most people would use to do that. And that leaves you with going door to door. And, it's that's an expensive proposition and a timely proposition to do that. So I would love to reconnect on that and see if we can brainstorm and find out how to look at that. One of the best suggestions, Buddy Richards, who does a lot of this type of stuff, suggested going through the wards because every ward knows every person in their ward and whether it's a rental or a homeowner. So, there are some resources that we might be able to tap to get close on some of this, but there are a couple of census tracts where you literally are going to have to go door to door. So with COVID, that's a little tough to do. So, but I'd love to reconnect on that.
Thank you.
Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think that we need to assume that the majority of units in Provo are illegal. It's probably a very small percentage. I also am not comfortable collecting data from one church. I don't think that's a fair representation in our community.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions for how to get that data?
I'm sure that we could put out an RFP and contract with an organization that could collect that data for us or scrape it. You can usually buy data. There's a lot of data on the market. I think we could buy it.
A lot of that data is out there. And we have a lot of that data. And we've got, I think, our arms around quite a few things. One of the issues for us is just capacity. The amount of time that would take, I don't have the manpower to be able to go do that right now with the general plan and several other things that we're working on.
It seems like we have a good start with some of the data you shared today. I wanted to go over it more slowly because there was a lot in there, but even just knowing, I was doing quick calculations in my head when you shared, now I'm forgetting, it was something about poverty and renters, and then how many of those renters were students. And so it was like 13, I ended up with a figure of 13% of our housing market was occupied by people in extremely low income who were not students, if I got that right. Anyway, but those kinds of data are sort of deduced maybe from other data that you have, but you've got a good start. Even the other data point was how many students, 45,000, I think it was. That tells us that gives us a closer ballpark estimate of how many students are at UVU, for example, because we have a pretty fixed number of students at BYU that maybe even BYU can give us some data to tell us if they know how many of their students are commuting outside of Provo. And then anyway, so there may be ways to get more data through the data we've already gathered. I'm saying this as a human.
We would like to
take it for what it's worth, but it's
no, and a lot of that data we do want to go through and parse out the data that we do have. What we really don't have time to do is a housing inventory where you're looking at every address in the city and what type of housing unit it is. We have a lot of that information, but to fill in all of those gaps would take quite a bit of effort, either our staff directly or our staff project. If we could get help from BYU students for credit, we work with the planning department at BYU frequently on these types of things. But again, for us to do that, we're down a planner, and we just have a whole lot of projects going on. And so now it's not a matter of could we do it or not, it's what do we not do? We've got so much that we want to do that there are things that we just can't get to.
Well, if I could just add on there, and then I'll call on you, Mr. Harding, but it seems to me that, when I'm confronted with a proposal on such and such a street with such and such a zone for this many units per acre, as a city council member, we've talked about this many times in recent months, sometimes it's hard to have that sense of context to say, is this is this a housing type that we really need more of in the city? Is this a developer's opinion that we need more of this, or is this our confirmed plan that we need and have incentivized or encouraged this kind of development? And it seems like a lot of the tensions and the neighborhood fights and so on that come up could be reduced if we had I mean, I'm not answering the question of how. I'm just trying to describe for me what would be helpful. What I would hope to get out of the general plan is some sort of set of guidelines that says, look, we know enough about ourselves as a city to know that we're hurting in these different housing markets, or that we have untapped opportunities around transportation oriented development, for example, or in downtown areas. So we should be especially excited and eager to support projects that hit these kinds of targets. And these are not only going to help us with air quality issues and walkability issues, but they're also going to help in whatever small way to act as a mitigating force on the rise of housing prices in Provo. That's the kind of thing that I think gives me more confidence going into those land use decisions, instead of speculating about whether or not what I'm looking at is somebody's profit margin, or motivated by somebody's profit margin rather than our needs. And that may be what we're looking at, or it may be actually that it is helpful to us and we just don't know. So sometimes it just feels like the guideposts are needed there for me or for others in my situation to be able to make the most responsible decisions. So I do think we're on the right track in terms of thinking about what makes Provo unique. How does it fit into the larger picture that we've just been presented today with various presentations? But we could maybe narrow down, the best practices that we are most interested in and where we are most interested in seeing them and for what ends, right? And then that seems to me to be a really strong general plan that helps us make those kinds of decisions. Mr. Harding.
I was just going to observe that as far as from what I understand of the housing inventory or the housing audit that I've talked about, the closest thing that I've seen to that is embodied in the master plans that different neighborhoods or different areas have had. It seems like those are kind of a property by property audit of not only what the housing form is, whether it's single family detached or duplex or whatever, and then also what it's actually being used as, because there are many that are not being used necessarily as what they were originally built and designed for. But I'm hearing, I imagine that was not a quick and easy thing to put together, and if I'm understanding Mr. McGinn correctly, that's not something that the staff has the bandwidth to fill in the rest of the city on. I thought that was an important comment by Mr. Vernon about the difficulty that might be to collect this information. I think it might be worthwhile just putting some time in and asking ourselves, what kind of information do we actually want? And there have been many times on the council where we've kind of been wringing our hands saying, oh, I wish we had some more data on this, or I wish we knew what this looked like or whatever. And then other times we get presentations somewhat like we've had today, and all of that information and more is all in these reports. And I'm looking at these reports thinking, oh, I know I wanted to know that information 2 months ago, but I don't even remember what that project was or what the proposal was that we were reviewing when I wanted that data. And so I would hate to put a lot of time and effort and money into housing inventory or housing audit, whatever, and then not use it. So I think we should be thoughtful about what exactly what are the answers that we need or we feel like we need, and make sure that that information is not already available, and then maybe then look at what's the best way to collect that information. And also maybe if there was a way that we could organize the information we already have access to, even if it was just a Google Drive folder or something, some sort of folder that has the most recent, Kem Gardner report and the most recent, Utah Valley report and all of these reports that have this kind of information. If we had a quick place to reference that, that would help me as a counselor when trying to make decisions and trying to make data-driven decisions.
Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I appreciate what Mr. Harding said. I think if there's specific questions that the council wants answered, you could send those to the housing committee, and then we can kind of sort through those and see, look, the council wants more information on this, in this area of housing when they're making specific zoning decisions. And then they want this kind of information broadly. That might be helpful, and that's something that we could sort out with the housing committee. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that neighborhood plans are sustainable. Having 30 plus neighborhoods and then changing those plans and updating those plans, it's not a sustainable system for our staff. And it would be ideal if every neighborhood had a plan and if every neighborhood was open to diverse housing types, and if it was evenly distributed across the city, but that's just not happening with the current system. So we've probably got to look at some different innovations.
Well, I've had this discussion with Ms. Ellsworth before, but I'm actually quite persuaded that the neighborhood plans help neighborhoods to buy into and become more aware, at least in potential, when they're done right. They help the neighborhoods become more aware of the broader city issues and make their contributions to them. I mean, I've just seen that on a number of occasions where I think it's worked quite well. I don't know if the staff want to weigh in on whether or not those plans are useful or not. Do you have anything you want to say, Mr. Mills, on that?
I think that they're very helpful as long as they can be kept current. And I think that's the challenge that Gary was talking about earlier, that having the bandwidth to make sure that those are kept current sometimes becomes a little bit challenging. But I think that it might be something to look at in the future, to look at maybe more of an area plan rather than a specific neighborhood. We kind of gone into the practice of combining neighborhoods into specific areas, and that might be a little bit more sustainable. But Gary, I'll let you comment on that as well.
I think the neighborhood plans can be very helpful. Robert identified one of the bigger problems is making sure that they integrate with other plans and updating them as other plans come in. And it comes down to bandwidth, and not having the neighborhood plans just means that in your general plan, you have less detail. And what we've been trying to get to is having a general plan that has general high-level guiding principles and policies. And then from there, we may do that might be a 60,000 foot view. And then you do an area plan. That's a lot more granular. And it's a 10,000 foot view. And then you have your actual zoning code and things like that get implemented to put things on the ground. And to do that just takes a lot of time and effort. And if you don't have the general plan, you're the neighborhood plans, you're missing that middle part. You go from 60,000 foot view down to on the ground. And you can miss a lot of things in there.
Ms. Ellsworth, and then Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of the neighborhood plans. I know that they were kind of a facet of an era in Provo when we didn't have a strong general plan. The planners wanted to do planning, rightly so. It's a noble profession. But they started doing these neighborhood plans. And this is the history I've received from internal sources, because a mayor at the time didn't want to do this higher level planning, didn't want to interfere, I guess, maybe with private property rights or something. So that's where those neighborhood plans started. I think if we have a strong general plan, I don't think we need neighborhood plans. And I don't like when the neighborhood plans say, you must do exactly what this plan says. And there are plans that say that, which is contrary to best planning practices, because there should be some flexibility. Every council will be different. Every parcel is different. And to say that we can make every decision and lock it in with a plan, it's not taking into account updated data. It's not taking into account changing neighborhood values or city values or connectivity to an adjacent neighborhood. So yeah, I think that's something that we should be cognizant of.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McGinn, but my understanding is the planner's kind of direction or plan going into the general plan update is to try to reduce the overall size of the general plan, kind of as you said, bring it up to perhaps a higher level, make it more general, and then so it seems like we kind of have two options. We could put a whole lot of more specificity into the general plan, and then we may not need the neighborhood plans. But the other way is to make the general plan much more general and talk about how the different parts of Provo integrate and some broad overarching principles and policies of Provo, and then get more specific in the area/neighborhood plans. And it seems to me like perhaps the effort might be about the same. It's just kind of an organization. I have been. I'll let you answer. Let me just an observation is I've been thoroughly impressed with the neighborhood plans and area plans that have been developed. I know that there has been some friction, I guess, with some of the stakeholder groups that were put together to help advise these things, in part because the end result was the product of the planners and not necessarily the stakeholder group. The stakeholder group, broadly, definitely had input and helped form that. But at the end of the day, they didn't get everything that they wanted because the professionals were advising best practices in order to obtain and achieve the goals that the stakeholder group set, even if it wasn't through the methods that the stakeholder groups set. And so I actually feel like these neighborhood plans, and I think this is what Councillor Handley was referring to or alluding to earlier, that we actually were getting better community buy-in to better practices to better get to achieve the goals that we want as a community by going through this process of bringing in the stakeholders, bringing in the community, and then having the professionals develop a plan how to get there.
Let me try to address first the general plan and the of what we're doing right now and kind of the philosophy behind it. With our current general plan or a consultant we have coming in, we are trying to make our current general plan much more concise, articulate high-level policies that will then drive future plans. As say the Parks Department does a much more detailed parks plan. That plan should be judged against the general plan that we're going to get as we go through this process right now. Now, if we try to put all of the parks information into the general plan right now, you're right, it'll be about the same amount of work. But what we wanted to do is first start with a 60,000 foot view, principles, policies, And then as we refine plans, those plans are judged against the general plan. And that will be one of the main things that the council will have to do, and departments as we come in with additional plans in the future, is how faithful are we to our current general plan? If we try to take all of that information, put it into our general plan, it makes the general plan that's extremely large. And frankly, we can't do that with the amount of resources that we've allocated to our consultant to be able to do this. If we really want to, I know there's a lot of interest on looking on the hillsides, looking in specific neighborhoods, park and rec issues. To do all of those, we'd have to quadruple our budget for the general plan to have a consultant come in and do that. And it would take a lot longer. And so we wanted to make the general plan more concise and have it be a higher level plan. Then in dealing with the neighborhood plans or the area plans, and we don't want to do a plan neighborhood by neighborhood because there's no need to do that. They make logical sense to group them together in larger groups. For instance, we did a downtown plan, but it takes into account quite a few neighborhoods that surround downtown and are impacted by downtown. And then as the processes we go through it, it is at the end of the day, Provo City staff's recommendation. We try to get a steering committee, a broad cross section from the community. And it's not just going out and saying, okay, neighborhood chairs, you vote on this and whatever you want, that's going to end up in the plan. We try specifically not to do that. We get a cross section, we listen, we go back and forth, we talk about issues, and then we come up with a plan that is really at the end of the day, staff's plan. And not every word in there will every member of our steering committee support the whole thing. But we hope that there's enough buy-in overall from everybody that even though it's not a perfect plan for each individual person, there's enough common ground that the majority of people can, the vast majority of people can support it. So
we're out of time on this item, but I know you probably want more direction from us on this, and it seems like we've got some differences of opinion about it. I just want to underscore a principle that you just mentioned, and that is I love the idea of community buy-in and participation, and that's the only thing that I think we whether it's a neighborhood or area, broader area plan involvement that takes place. I think the idea of citizens becoming more aware of the various tensions and pressure points and things that we are trying to balance on the city level it's just really good for the community to become more and more aware of that. So in the interest of time, Mr. McGinn, is there anything more you needed from us at this point, or?
We really appreciate your time and the feedback, and we've been listening carefully. And if anybody has any concerns or ideas, don't hesitate to email or call me or Robert and let us know. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Melissa McNally, as well, for your participation and presentation today. We'll turn then to item number 7, which is our last item for the work session. We have 20 minutes for this item, and this is a franchise agreement amended between Provo City and Google Fiber. This is presented by Wayne Parker, Chief Administrative Officer, and I believe some representatives from Google.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me just preface the report today, and then we'll turn the time to Dan Follett and Brian Jones to speak in some more specifics. We also have Jacob Brace with us from Google, who is involved in the government and community relations efforts here in Utah. So let me start by saying in 2005-06, when we started the Google Fiber discussions, with Google, one of the provisions that was very popular at the time and one we insisted on in our contractual obligation to sell the Provo fiber network to Google was that they offer what's called a triple play option, which was bandwidth, video, and telephone. And the video was offered quite uniquely at the time on what's called the video over IP or VoIP system. In the interim period of time, if you've been following the industry at all, you know that more and more customers are leaving the traditional cable and VoIP offerings. And if you've followed social media, you may have seen comments like, we're cutting the cord and moving to a streaming platform. Well, that's clearly been happening with the Google Fiber customer base. And so we began a discussion with Google some time ago about making some changes to the franchise agreement so that we could take advantage of the opportunity rather than as customers leave the VoIP option and therefore the revenue base associated with that gets reduced. We have been concerned about the revenue associated with the franchise agreement, and Google's been concerned about our partnership as well. And so over the last couple of 3 months, we've been meeting with the Google team and the internal city team, talking about what the appropriate course of action is in relation to this pretty significant change in trends in the industry. And so with that, let me just turn the time, if I can, over to Dan Follett, who is our Finance Division Director, and then Brian Jones will be prepared to talk about the specifics in the franchise agreement. Jacob's here to again respond from Google and answer any questions you might have, and then our intent will be to bring this item forward at a subsequent council meeting for some amendments to our franchise agreement with Google. So Dan, if you're okay stepping in and taking it from here.
Yes, thanks, Wayne. In 2013, the city signed a number of agreements with Google Fiber in relation to the Google Fiber, the transition to Google Fiber, I should say, from the city. And one of those agreements was a franchise agreement, as Wayne indicated. And that agreement allowed Google Fiber to have a franchise to operate its broadband internet access and IP video services within Provo City at the time. That agreement is still in existence today, and they're operating under that agreement. Provo also, as part of that agreement, granted Google Fiber access to city right-of-way, subject to permitting and construction requirements in city code in order to install and maintain its equipment within Provo City. And in return, Google Fiber agreed to pay Provo a 5% franchise fee on gross revenues from its video services only. And that is consistent with what state code allowed at the time and still allows in terms of the city requiring the franchise fee payment of 5%. But again, I want to emphasize that's on video services only. And as Wayne indicated, with the cord cutting that's going on and people moving to streaming services that are not subject to that franchise fee, that is having an impact on the city's franchise fee revenue. In addition, Google has approached the city and indicated their desire to move away from offering video services within Provo City and to work closely with their customers, our residents in Provo City, on transitioning them to other video services, whether they be streaming or otherwise. Some of those are offered by affiliates of Google Fiber, YouTube TV, for instance. But I know that they've also indicated that they're willing to work with customers on other competing streaming services. And so what they are proposing is they're proposing that we would remove from the existing franchise agreement the language related to IP video services and the related 5% franchise fee, and replace that with a license fee. And that license fee would be 2% of the gross revenues that Google receives from operating the fiber network in Provo City. And Google has indicated that at that amount, that 2%, that would essentially replace the old 5% franchise fee on just the video revenue. And that 2%, and that calculation has been done on a historic basis. And of course, as Google's business continues to grow within Provo, that 2% would be applied going forward. And so from the city's perspective, just my opinion is it's a very fair offer and a very fair way to replace the franchise fee that we're anticipating will go away as Google discontinues offering video services within Provo City. The triggering event for the transition would be when Google discontinues offering video services within Provo City. So at a very high level, that's the change or the amendment that's being proposed. The rest of the language within the franchise agreement looks fairly similar, if not identical, to what exists in the agreement today. And I'll turn that over to Brian to comment on that.
You're muted, Brian.
I unmuted myself and then I muted it again because I didn't want you to expose to the wind tunnel in my office. But I really don't know that I have anything to add to what Dan said. This was, for those like Dan and Wayne who were involved in the process several years ago, we spent hours and hours and hours and hours, weeks and days negotiating those agreements. And in difference to that one, this was probably about half an hour of work on the part of myself and the Google attorney, because we really changed hardly anything. So there's really not much to point out about the specifics of the agreement itself, other than what Dan just explained as far as the reference to revenue being recategorized and the change of the percentage from 5 to 2 for the new definition.
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, for me, can you clarify, are we talking about the cable? When we talk about video, are we talking about the cable aspect of the Google offering?
So the video, we're talking about essentially the TV aspect, the ability to get various channels through your Google Fiber relationship. In other words, it's the non-internet portion of what Google Fiber provides today, if that makes sense.
Right. The layperson answer to your question is yes, but Dan and I both flinch when you say that, because cable has a technical legal definition, which is not what Google provides.
Right, but to the person who's watching this, they have no idea
right,
that it's not cable. So my follow-up question to that is, how many current customers in Provo have the video component? How many people are we going to have to transition with this change?
So let me respond to that. And Brian, you may need to provide some direction here, but one of the few areas that we're not allowed to disclose information on relates to either sales tax or tax revenues at a specific payer level. And so some of the information you're asking for relates to the specific number of customers. The rate is set by Utah State Code at 5%. But Google has asked us to maintain confidentiality with respect to the total revenue that they remit to the city and the number of customers that produce that revenue. So Brian, what I would ask you is, if a council member feels like that's information that they need to know to move forward with this, would it be appropriate for the council member to reach out to me and I provide that information to them?
I think, let me give a slightly nuanced answer to that and say I think the council member should reach out to you, and then you and I probably have a conversation with Google about what we're allowed to do under the numerous agreements.
Mr. Fillmore?
Yeah, just a couple of questions for Dan and or Brian. So if I'm understanding correctly, we're talking in the future about a 2% of gross on what, internet and phone revenue only, right?
I'm not sure if the phone is included. I think it's just the internet.
Dan, can you tell us?
See, so let's see. So gross revenue,
high-speed broadband access internet services.
yeah, high-speed broadband.
So it's just the internet.
Just the internet. So if someone were to have the $10 a month phone service, it appears that that would be excluded.
All right. I apologize, by the way, if you've been listening to my four-legged assistant here at my home office. He seems to have reacted to you, Brian. I don't know why. So next question. Is there revenue potential from the future streaming relationships?
That's probably, and I don't know whether Wayne could comment on this, but that would, in my opinion, would require some changes by the state legislature. And I don't know exactly how you would go about assessing that. It would have to be somehow assessed at the streaming company level as opposed to the Google Fiber level, I believe. I'm not sure that Google would be able to identify when a streaming service was being used versus when the internet was being used for other purposes. At this point in time, the 5% franchise fee relates to video services that are provided by companies that have infrastructure within cities, if that makes sense. So, for instance, an Xfinity or a Google, those type of companies. I'm not sure that it applies to a DirecTV or a Dish Network that provides their services via internet and does not utilize the city easements and right-of-ways.
Yeah, let me back up and give you some legal context to why these franchise agreements even exist, and maybe give you something that was probably missing from the answer about the telephone. Google already pays a tax on the telephone services that they provide, but they pay that directly to the state based on state law, and then I believe Provo receives a portion of that from the state. Going back to the franchise agreement, what Dan was just saying, and maybe an allusion to Mr. Shipley's earlier comment, is that these franchise agreements really stem back from the day when TV services were exclusively cable. You got TV by getting cable TV, and in the days post antenna, right? And the reason why the cities were charging franchise fees is because the cable companies had to come in and lay cable in the streets or on the power lines in order to connect to people's homes. So the franchise fee was a fee paid to the city in exchange for the use of the city streets and the city power lines, et cetera, in order to provide that service. It doesn't allow for charging a tax on the phone service because that's a separate state law that I just mentioned that's already charged. And it actually doesn't provide for under state law for a franchise fee on internet service, even though in the modern era, internet service involves pretty much the same impacts on city infrastructure as the old cable systems did. But what is allowed, and that's why this one is being framed as a license agreement, it does allow cities to enter into license agreements and say, internet service providers, if you want to use our city streets and you don't provide cable TV, so you don't fall under that state law, and you don't provide phone service, so you don't fall under that state law, you're still imposing an impact on our city infrastructure. So we're going to require you to have a license agreement before we let you into our city streets. And we're going to charge you a license fee roughly and reasonably equivalent to the cost to the city of the impact on our infrastructure. And what Google's proposing to do in this case is just replace that with a different percentage, but a percentage that approximates what the franchise fee was on the video services. And so this has been something that we've done with some of the other companies in recent years too. We've had a number of companies that have come into the city in recent years that don't provide TV services or phone. All they do is internet. And so this is the same structure that we've used with them, where we're charging them a license fee instead of a franchise fee. Even though they're very similar, it's a different technical structure.
Yeah, well, that's very helpful, Brian. Thank you. Maybe I should be a little more precise with the question I asked. Really, there are two questions. The finance department surely has done some fairly sophisticated projections. And so as we shift from the 5% to the 2% of this new base, 2% of gross revenue without video, does the city's revenue correspond to, equal, or exceed, or is it less than the prior revenue stream?
Based on our discussions with Google, we believe it's equal or exceeds.
Okay, good. Thank you, Dan. Then my last question is this. I was not precise enough when I was talking to you about the streaming options for revenue. I really wasn't asking if there was a streaming option directly through Google, where we should be contracting with Google. What I was really asking was, because there's such competition in the world right now for streaming services between the services themselves, are there opportunities there for us as a city to negotiate with various streaming sources to give them direct access to our citizens with a revenue element that would benefit the city above and beyond what Google would be paying?
You're talking about like entering in negotiations with Netflix or Amazon Prime about providing special rates for Provo citizens?
Yeah, I just don't know technologically or financially if that's possible. I'm just exploring it with you.
Yeah, I don't know that I have enough expertise to talk about that. As far as the taxing situation, I think that becomes a question of state law and probably not an opportunity for the city. As far as negotiating something that's a special benefit for Provo citizens, I mean, we can probably do that, but my guess off the top of my head from a non-business expertise would be that involves the city picking up the difference with Netflix or Amazon or Disney Plus or whatever it is so that the citizens can pay a lower rate. I don't know what else the streaming service would gain from such negotiations.
Dan, is that something that the finance department's looked at for the various options or possibilities?
We haven't at this point. I am aware that with some of the other internet providers throughout the state, that the cities that they serve have expressed concerns about what Google is addressing within Provo City, that being that the franchise fees are decreasing with the streaming services, and they're not seeing a replacement revenue immediately in some cases with those streaming services, because those streaming services do not have to pay or remit those types of fees. So beyond that, the finance department has not explored options. And I agree with Brian in that the ability to assess franchise fees is provided at the state level in Utah. I wonder if that's something that maybe the Utah League of City and Towns or something more at the state level would be the group that would start to have those discussions.
Possibly so. Well, thank you for your answers.
Mr. Sewell.
I just had two questions. the initial 7-year agreement had a low cost, low bandwidth option for the benefits of citizens who couldn't afford the full bandwidth option. I think it was actually free. I was just wondering if there's some type of similar low cost, low bandwidth option in the new agreement. Not necessarily free, but just something that would be available to citizens with limited means.
That particular provision was not part of the original license agreement. It was part of the original, and I forget now the names of all the different agreements, but that was part of the agreement that actually transferred the assets from Provo City to Google. And so that was a negotiated provision that basically was part of the way that Google gave to Provo City a benefit in exchange for the actual assets received. That provision, I think, has been met or is shortly to be met for most customers, and I think it's a business decision for Google going forward what they do in that respect.
Yeah, this agreement, this amendment, if I read it correctly, Brian, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but it would essentially be a new 10-year agreement that would automatically renewal in 5-year terms following the end of the 10 years unless there was notification otherwise. So this particular agreement is a 10-year agreement.
Yeah, that's true, but it doesn't have any provisions in here about what Google's internet plans will be free or otherwise.
Right, that was part of the asset purchase agreement. That said, I think we are aware that Google is working with the residents of Provo on transition plans, and they've indicated that they're not just going to cut someone off that's on the free plan at this point in time. So.
All right, is that
all? Dave, I can see you speaking into your headset, but I can't hear you.
Are you done, Dave? Mr. Sewell? We can't hear you. Yeah, something happened to your audio. Oh, there you go.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. The battery on my headpiece went out, so I had to switch. So I guess that's a business decision for Google then, but I appreciate and would encourage them to be mindful of citizens with a limited budget and try to work something out that would make sense for them and that would work for Google. The other question I had was, I know that Google's reach within Provo has been expanding, but there's still some places that want to have service but can't. Ran into an inquiry from a citizen at the north end of Geneva Road, almost up to the Orem border, and they can't get service there. And I was just wondering if Google has plans to try to keep expanding so that more and more citizens will have that option available to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure where initially when Google purchased the network, there was a span between 1600 North and 2000 North on Geneva Road where there was some question as to whether the fiber there was owned by Provo City or UVU. And because the fiber actually ran from UVU all the way down to the airport where UVU offers some flight programs. And we signed an agreement with UVU to obtain clear ownership of that fiber from 1600 North to 2000 North. And that fiber has been transferred to Google. And I know that the neighborhood that's on about 2000 North and Geneva Road, there was a multifamily unit complex there, and then there were a number of single family homes a little bit to the east of that family unit complex. My understanding is those areas do have access to Google Fiber now, and I think most of that area does. I know there's a couple of places where there's property between the UTA railroad tracks and the Union Pacific railroad tracks where access has been challenging, and I'm not sure if any of the residents you're talking to happen to live in those areas. The other thing is occasionally as Google updates their fiber map, there may be a little bit of a lag time before that gets updated. And I know recently we've had a couple of residents call and ask if there's any way they could get access to Google Fiber. And we've worked with the fiber engineers here locally to identify if fiber was in a reasonable distance. And I know in two of the recent cases over the last 2 months, there was fiber in the area, and Google was able to identify that and provide those residents with fiber access. So I would encourage, if you receive inquiries, one is people can go out and look on Google Fiber's website and type in their own address and see if it comes up positive, then they should be able to receive service. If it doesn't happen to come up as available, we would encourage them to contact Google and or the city, myself, and I can work with Google Fiber and see if that's an area that we could possibly provide service in the city.
Great. Thank you, Dan. That's really helpful. And so I guess my parting comment would be, I just think this has been a wonderful partnership for our citizens. We really appreciate this relationship with Google. And the point of my last two questions was just to try to get service to as many of our citizens as we can. So thank you.
I think we both feel that way, so that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We're out of time, so we appreciate hearing about that, and we'll be revisiting the formal discussion at a later point. So a closed session has been requested. Utah Code Section 52-4-205 allows closed meetings for certain specified reasons. Mr. Jones, would you like to explain?
Yes, the topic at hand here has to do with potential transfer of property, which is one of the reasons provided for in the statute for having a closed meeting. To have a strategy session regarding that, obviously no final action will be taken as we discussed earlier in our training. But it would be appropriate this time for a motion to close the meeting and have that discussion.
All right, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Sewell makes the motion. Ms. Ellsworth seconded. We'll call for a vote then on the motion. I will vote yes. Mr. Harding?
Yes.
Mr. Hoban?
Yes.
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
Mr. Sewell?
Yes.
And Mr. Fillmore?
Yes.
All right, that voting is unanimous. So let's see, are we okay if we take a 10-minute break before we begin the closed meeting? Is there any crunch on time? We're just 10 minutes over, so I was hoping we could still, we're okay, Mr. Parker? Okay, so let's meet at 4:40 then, and we'll take a little break. Thank you.